wild freaks. Good day and good evening, and welcome to Savage Farm with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going to try to farm P4S, which, for those going, what? Has a theme song that says that. You'll get it when we get in there. I looked at a guide today, meaning I planned this stream and then went, oh yeah, I wonder how hard it is, like an hour before. I looked at the guide and thought, in hindsight, I should probably have started with Endwalker Extremes. Oh well, we'll see what happens. I would say there are mechanics that are harder than M4S. A particular one, for those that have seen our M4S prog and clear, near the end of the fight. Now, I'm not saying you should watch a guide to FFXIV, although, I mean, you could, but that's not a requirement. We'll see what happens. But near the end of the fight, there is pizza places with a complicated mechanic on top. Like, more complicated than M4S has on its pizza places. So, my expectation is we can skip that by being level 100. But aside from this, I think the way we're going to approach it is we're going to see what mechanics actually cause problems. Because, who knows, maybe we can just wing it. Like, maybe we can wing it and it'll be fine. And it'll be really funny if we can wing it, right? I mean, Phil, that's a weird assumption. I'm pretty sure both the thumbnail and the title says that it's Endwalker Savage Mount farm stream. With that said, hey Menely, hey Jake, hey Astoria, hey Marcus, hey Tina Lee, hey Delane, hey Agent Monica, hey Truck Driving Gamer, hey Ceres, hey Rust, hey Liv, hey Siren, hey Cat, hey Phil, hey Gassel, hey Safik Faye, hey Ilana, hey Brontome, hey Nox, hey Tristan, hey Silvermint, and hey Girain. Hope you're all doing very well. Wing it, but I thought the wings would drop from the Dawntrail extremes. Both of you to assume I can read. Ah, right. You're a Savage Raider, right? So, the first thing with this specific fight is that there are several mechanics that are like, you know, targets all the supports or targets all of the DPS, and a following mechanic then requires half the raid to resolve it, notably the half that didn't get hit by the other thing. Which means that if we had an uneven amount of DPS and supports, like if we had 6 DPS, well, first of all, it'll be a lot harder to do things in general, but it would also make the mechanic extremely unpredictable. So we're going with a balanced team, with the assumption that we actually have to respect the mechanics somewhat. Now, the question is how many mechanics we can skip, and how many mechanics we can sort of just do half-seas on because somehow the damage isn't great enough to be threatening and things like that. Like, who knows? There's probably a lot of mechanics that go, Magic Vuln, oops, you messed it up. 6 9s, take that, nice. But we'll see when we get there. And our group consists of Seb and Aradel, my mods, and, well, a combination of the 5 first that said, I want to join, and those that got to my garden first. Something to that effect. I do think we have to be level 100. Which is, of course, like, exactly because it's a really complicated fight. So we need that advantage. So that also matters in who I just invited. Did someone say unlock DSR? Look, if Hector doesn't have a diagram for it, I can't read it. How do you read this? There's no pictures! Oh, whoops, I didn't need that one. And I need the Savage version. That would be pretty funny. I just go in and then like, wow, that was really easy. Where's phase 2? Hey Matthew, Jacob, and Gazragoon. Hope you're doing well. Yes, it is Dracula time. Can skip a lot of the fight. We'll see how much we can skip. I always sip. I can guarantee you that it kills. It does on normal. You don't have to test it. It kills on normal. It 100% kills on Savage. I think there's a guide for doing it with 7 DPS and 1 healer. Really? You need stance on? I think you do, Clove. I mean, we could try that. Just see what happens, and then see if we can do that. Yeah, let's start with just seeing what happens. Yeah, that I do actually remember someone mentioned that 7 DPS and a healer might be possible. I'm not entirely sure why I only turned him 90 degrees. My bad. It would be general, probably silver mint. I can't quite remember the order on this. But let me see what happens when it resolves. Okay, now I know, at least. So the way that works is that the first set of 4 players that get hit by Blood Drake are fine to take the roll call thing. The second set of 4 players are okay to take the tether. By the way, that is, of course, classic tank buster stuff. You could do that, Clove, but I can just invuln it. Lightning means get to the edge. Water means get to the center. Water, don't be in the water square. Don't be in the water square. We also have to make 2 light parties, so good luck with that. Maybe it'll be fine. It was not fine. Northerly shift. And it's a cleave. And then we have spreads. It's phase shift, never mind. that easy. It's that easy. Given the amount of people that were dead, we probably have to forcibly reset. Clean pull, yeah, I know, right? And that's also true, guys. So it could also work to paste the link in Classroom, but I probably won't see it now while I'm streaming. Is there a checkpoint? Yes, there is a checkpoint. Doink. Blech. There we go. That seems pretty manageable. Now the question is how much harder this is. All of this is not happening, guys. You just have to remember this. It's going to mark what order they're happening in based on the locations. So these things are going to happen in the order they get tethered. Now the scary thing is, will we get all the pillars by just winging it? The answer is probably no. Right. And this is Act 2. Yeah, almost. Huh, that's pretty funny. I just took that. Did you use anything on me, Chloe? Yeah, we should reset. I just wanted to see the tank buster. Don't think the towers are problematic since we died to the AoE circles. Okay, maybe I should explain that. Would anyone appreciate if I explain that? The acts. So he starts casting the act thing. You will see, you know, 8 pillars and like circle AoEs, like so much stuff that if it all resolved, wow, that looked pretty dire. If it all resolved in the same moment, we would just die. Like 8 pillars in overlapping circle AoEs, no chance. And then he will hide them. He'll put down thorns that like basically as markers for all these things and just go, do you remember? Then he will tether to the thorns in order. He will first tether to 2 of the circle AoEs, then all of the pillars, then the other 2 circle AoEs, which means that essentially, like, one way it could resolve is that these 2 are the safe areas. Then we have to go to the, like, whoops, the 4 sets of pillars, and then go over to the other safe spot. The easiest way to resolve this, as Jacob says, is like if each person has a designated pillar. Hey, Emir. Hope you're doing well. Then, like, you just have to position yourself so you can make it to that. And then there's Act 2, where it also gets really complicated. As some of you might have noticed, what was happening there is that there were 4 pillars and 4 circle AoEs. And I believe, I can't remember if they explode in... I believe it's something like the circle AoEs explode 2 at a time, with the pillars exploding 2 at a time. North, south pillar, west, east. Right. So it's circle AoEs, then pillars, then circle AoEs, then pillars. But if I remember correctly, those are like, you want more people into the pillars, but because we're unsynced, it might be a lot easier to handle. Given that we have 4 ranged players and 4 melee players, we probably have a reasonably good solution for how to decide. Okay, in that case, Ymir, we don't even know if we'll have cleared this by then. But you know, when we do these, we also try to stick with the same group as long as possible, so... But I see. Is it better if I just mark them? Like, approximately? Can we get a little roll call on the positions people have taken? Because it seems like there's a little bit of a discussion in the chat in game here. Looking at how much HP he had when Act 2 came up, I have a feeling that if people survive long enough, we might be able to, like, make it through with the skeleton crew that's left after Act 2. Jake, what, I don't quite know what you mean. Like, how many minutes are we talking here? Because we're kind of stuck here, right? Or did you mean not now? And that wouldn't quite work because you get disconnected, like you get kicked out if you're AFK for 10 minutes, Jake. Are you sure you can't wait for us to get a few tries? Back out and grab someone else? That is also an option. That's why I'm asking Jake. In that case, we have to hop out. Should we try 7 DPS and a healer then and see if we can just bomb rush it down? No worries, Jake. Maybe you can come back in later. with the try. Yeah, I think so as well. Could be pretty silly. So the question is, do I invite Nox or Ymir? Has to be a DPS. At least. But yeah, you did mention you were feeling a little strange, right, Nox? I'm not sure. Like, I've been told this works, but I'm not sure how. Oh yeah, Sib's like, Sage, who do I put my Cardia on? Don't bother with virus and sped out for AoEs. Oh. This is the ultimate disrespect. It's like doing mechanics, we're just kind of standing there taking it. I'll go over here. He does hurt quite a bit. Well, I'll die to one of these things. What? I didn't get targeted by anything? No! Ow. Now the big question is whether we can survive this. Because like, we've already done it. Oh, he cancelled. Never mind. Yep, now we basically smack him, reset. If only we could do the same Saturday. Just rush down M4S. Goal now is to skip Act 2. That sounds about right. Maybe we should do markers anyway for Act 1, since damage. Did everyone get a spot before? I'm pretty sure Jake had D, so if Ymir gets D, that's fine. Sorry, Hesperos, your Garuda cosplay is mid. It's the wrong color. Did anyone get 2? Okay. Does everyone have a spot? Yep, looks like everyone got a spot. So yeah, basically that's what we have to nail. Also, I'm pretty sure that I will die to the tank buster. No, wait, no, it's not a tank buster at that point yet, I don't think. We should probably not see it if we can help it. We still don't know where the safe spots are. Oh, right. I got confused by one of the pillars not being taken. By the way, that's a tank buster. What? How did Ymir survive? With 1 HP? Like legit 1 HP? Hey Yannick, and welcome back, Jake. Right. So, if I remember correctly, the thing that makes Act 2 so complicated is that we pairwise will get a mechanic. 2 pairs, which is normally DPS, I believe, gets tethered together and get an orange debuff over them. That needs to be broken, I believe. Because letting it tick out will just make them explode. You don't want that. But them being broken does raid-wide damage and gives magic vuln, so it has to be broken at the right time. 2 players, how break? Get away from each other. It's really, 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 really long tether, though. But yeah, you don't want to break all of them all at once. There's also 1 pair that gets a wind tether. That one does no damage if it ticks out naturally, but if it breaks, it basically wipes the raid. So like those 2 players have to stick together. And there's also a 3rd one, which can't quite remember what the difference is. The pairs are randomly assigned and almost impossible to pass in your group. Yeah, exactly, because we don't have a balanced group. So that's why we kind of have to nail it. So remember your spots, everyone. Do we stack mid for tethers then? I don't know. I just want to reiterate that the game plan here is that the mechanic doesn't resolve. He dies. So my best advice here is make sure the previous mechanics are done right and you don't die to something stupid. We're killing him before that. So remember, Act 1. First AoEs, The moment you see the explosion, you run to your marker. Then when that explodes, you run to the second safe spot. Backflip into wall it is. Jake, I think you missed what I just said. The two closest players get hit for AoE damage. That is apparently survivable. Ow. I'm not quite sure how I survived all that. Pots? Maybe? I didn't bring any int pots. You know, the plan, Jake, as I was just saying, which I think Gazel also basically outlined, is we kill him before Act 2 resolves, otherwise this isn't going to happen. So everyone basically has to give it 1,000,000% for the maximum damage. Every single point of damage counts. Oh nice, he interrupted me. Wonderful. Two furthest away players get hit really hard. Pray for me. Ow. Could try to soak Demigod Double as 2 and see if it's survivable. Is Demigod Double a shared tank buster? You already have 20% echo, so try that. See, the thing is, Jacob, as far as I understand, it just gives you 20%. Like, it said that on every attempt, so I don't think we've built extra. Alright, if you don't have the mount, you just need if you want it. Oh, right. It's shared tank. That's pretty funny, Jacob, because I'm like 99% certain that the guide said, I think they just called it a lethal tank buster. I was like, do we call it that? I lived it on 1 HP. Yep, well, you're a Dragoon. Somehow that made a difference. Some dungeon tank busters are not very lethal. I know, right? Right, so now we just have to do that. I would just repeatedly do that. Also, hey Tingle and Rothkind, hope you're doing well. And pretty funny, this does seem like the better plan, because my major concern when I watched that guide was, like, the mechanics we skip here are the exact mechanics where I was like, I don't know how we're going to do that with like 8 people just mashed together. Sarah's the ninja. As I'm writing, let me know when you're ready. They say ready. I did a pull timer. Take that. AVX, hope you're doing well. Do we specifically need a healer for P4? Would a tank work as well to take the busters with an invuln? Given the amount of damage you're taking, I do think that the better choice is... let me actually test something. Oh, nice. I think a healer's the better choice. It is kind of stupid that this works at all. I think I got hit by the second set, so I should be fine with this debuff. Yes, I have hope. I might survive. Not quite. Okay, this is where I die. Now this is where I die. Take this hammer. Oh, it didn't go through. He didn't let me bonk him with a hammer. Yeah, so close. I have weakness. And I won't be able to fix my motifs in time. Hard to say, Bronton. We're a little bit of a mix. Same positions as before. Can someone remind me about burst potions when we get out? Because I'm pretty sure I have some, but they're on my chocobo. Two closest players will get hit. It's AoE, by the way. Okay. I mean, I guess that works. Take it with me. Thank you. Nice. Recommended level to do these solo DPS. Solo? I don't think you're going to solo this. Not anytime soon. I mean, that seems to work. That was a good hint that it is actually a shared tank buster. These, I mean, it's level 90 content, Cosmic Melon. It's probably not going to be thank you, Cat. It's probably not going to be reliably soloable in the future. It's nice, Lixen. And that's pretty funny. Like, I'm pretty close to having my mage set also fully maxed out. But I don't have a weapon. That'll be a while. Would strength pots help autos on mages? Technically. But just use an int pot instead, or a mind pot. Like, if you're going to use one anyway, they cost approximately the same. He interrupted me! Yeah. Ah! My burst is ruined! Ruined! My pass! Guys, I think I've discovered that we need a tank. Slash JK, but I think we need a tank. My pass. My pass. Should have used Surecast. You're right, Yannick, but have you seen how many casts I have? I can only Surecast like 2 spells. He interrupted me again! Ow. Ow. At 570,000, there's nothing. At 7:30, you should be able to avoid finishing Act 2 with a standard comp. That sounds possible, yes. Do whatever you want, but if you interrupt Kai's cast, only God can help you. I'm glad to hear that, Rothkind. I also just want to reiterate that I didn't like go, I need my static specifically. We just kinda... Like, there's a good part of the group that is the static, but, I want, what's it called? Divine Magic Mastery from Paladin? That gives you immunity to interruption from damage. Can I have that game? I would like that. Oh, we already had that. Oh well. Oh, right, my burst potion. I'm an idiot. I just remembered that I'm stupid. Brought them just to have them. They make me feel safe. Like a pacifier. Two furthest away players get hit, which would be Them, apparently. Just involved. Hey, Erdel, you're my stack buddy now. Ooh, that's smart. Yowzers. Should try painting a paladin, see if that helps. I just draw shield. Who got the mount? Who got the mount? Aldo got the mount. Did you remember to tell Hesperos that killing you is cringe? The ultimate denial. You see, Hesperos, you can't kill me, because that would be cringe. Boink. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Ow. I cast Holy. Ow. You know what's really sad is if he did the Pinax thing set up first and then did the tank buster, then we'd be fine. But we just barely don't have the damage to skip the tank buster. That's a really angry Viper. That's not you. Like, I'm not saying that it's anyone's fault. I'm just saying that that's just the situation. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Splat! I cast Holy. Ow. Only person in this party that has space is Cat. Yeah, I believe so. My weapon kinda sucks. Thank you, Ardell. I forgot to move to my spot, so I'm kind of stuck here for a bit. Two furthest away players. Rather not it be me. I already have taken damage and I'm tanking. Destroy him! Nice. It's the hammer! Sip, if you win one of the weapon covers, you can just open it as a warrior. The Warhammer sponsored by Microsoft. You're mad now? Why is that? I mean, we might be able to, depending on how soon you're back, I mean, we might be able to get your mount when you're back. Oh. Yeah, then it's going to be a little tough, but I mean, you just need to collect a group of people and then you can do it. Didn't you do that recently? Well, that does make it difficult in here. Yeah, exactly, Viek. If you have a group like this, for the most part, you need to understand, like, one mechanic. The rest is just kill the boss first before he kills you. Which is a very difficult kind of mechanic, I know. Ow, he interrupted me. I think he got offended. What? Not do my mechanics? Take this! And those were cars? Yeah, yes, exactly. Ow, he interrupted me. You know, I'm just going to get up to just go down again, but... Pixelmanta died for your sins, yeah. If only we had, like, you know, like, imagine if a job had, like an ability where it, like, takes over, like, the focus of the boss. Like, I don't know what kind of, like, feature that would interact with. Like, we could call it, like, enmity or something. And then we could have, like, an ability where, like, you call him a weird name, and then he gets angry, and then he attacks you instead. Like, we could call it provoke. Imagine. Or maybe if you could, like, redirect the hatred a little bit, you could, like, go like, no, it wasn't actually me, it was him. And then we could call, like, you know, like how you shirk your responsibilities, like you shirk the attention to that that other guy. Wouldn't that be amazing if you could do that? That would actually mean that we don't have to sack someone for that mechanic. Why would the boss even swap target like that? Sounds unrealistic. Imagine we could do that with multiple enemies at once. Let's go with something more provocative and call it Flash. Or how about Ultimatum? How about that? Since the disturbance in the false missing Lalas, we have 2. We have 25% Lala. Ow. Well, Bonzi, a lot of them you could probably do simply, like, alone. Or with just a couple friends. Like, it depends on which ones you're talking about, of course, but... some of them you could definitely, like, smash out quite easily. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, not me! Not me! I'm squishy. I don't know why I'm tanking. He really hates me. Ow. Woo. That sucks a bit on the damage to get the damage down for everyone. Yeah. The pillars. The damage down killed us. Propose to call them Caetsus since you had the idea. The Caetsus. Ah, yes, the taunts. Caetsus on Dark Knight. Oh, just barely didn't hit me. That's good. And I don't randomly die from a sneeze. Oh, right. That interrupts me. Gotta stack echo enough. You see, I'm like 99% certain that on Savage they give you however much echo they will give you, like right out the gate, and it doesn't stack. Like it doesn't actually build up. I'm not 100%, but I'm like 99% sure. No, Amy, I don't think that's it. I'm reasonably confident that it's just a matter of, like, timing. You better not. The greed of not using Surecast for that. The weekend on a Sunday 3 days in advance? Yes. Did the greed pay off? Yeah, well, I didn't get interrupted. Ah. I really set up the joke for you there, Hesperos. You just had to interrupt me right then. You would have nailed it. Wait. I have nothing on me. Sweet. And in just a moment I'll have a tank buster on me. $730,000. He almost walked into the spikes. What? Was I moving? They help? Well, you tried. That's all you can ask for. By the way, I think his armor is worse than the classic with the dragoon, with the female version having like a belly window. He has like what's the point? He's like he had. Yeah, Marcus, if you check the level 50 or 45 Dragoon armor, it has like a specific window right here. Like right in the worst possible spot. And this guy, he has that and the entire breast. He's simply that confident. Put them away, Hesperos. This isn't the time for this, Hesperos. What are you doing? Don't Dragoons have the highest physical defense of the melee classes? It's shared with Reaper. Because it's because of the armor. But yes. They have the highest physical defense bar tanks. I think it's rock hard abs. Oh yeah, that could be. Block with abs. Two furthest? You cast that so you don't interrupt me. Dodge! You know, it's impressive how easy this is all of a sudden. If I can get back like 20 minutes before 20, how many rounds do you think we could manage, if any? I mean, considering how quickly we're going through this, I don't know where we are at 20 minutes before 20, but we'll see what happens. For a vampire boss, he has less life-draining mechanics than a bee that we know of. Oh yeah. You know, it is weird that he doesn't heal at all, isn't it? They make a basically Dracula the boss, and he doesn't have any lifesteal. Clove? By the way, dance partner? Ow. He bonked me on the noggin and interrupted me. It's just Warrior of Light Blood doesn't taste good. Ah. Sure. That looks a little dire. What happened? I thought we had previously survived just by virtue of like the way they landed was nice enough. Ow. How does Hesperos balonies absorb ether? Hesperos balonies. Wait, now I'm confused. Hesperos balonies? Hesperos balonies. Might need to melt some vitality. Yeah, a little bit. That was it 700,000 damage? Did you enjoy my sweep? Yes. It milled 40,000 tenacity. Okay, then I wouldn't take damage anymore, right? That would solve that problem. Splat. You could actually jump over that gap, I think. Just yoink. I refuse to die by spikes. I'll die by fall damage. Yeah. Imagine a game that didn't have diminishing returns on damage reduction. You know, that is an interesting point, but if you actually, like, considering how many people I've met who just assumes there isn't, you'd think that that was the standard. Ow. Yeah, I did hear about that, Perrin. Why? They were cheating. Based on what I heard, what they were doing speed runs for you know, logs, like high passes. But the amount of plugins and stuff they were using made it more like a task run than actually playing the game. That's the easiest way for me to describe it. If you know what a task run is, then you know that that's not something that becomes like that is ranked among normal speedruns. One. Oh, sweet. From what I can tell, there's one person left in the group that hasn't won it. That would be Jake. Does Jake actually need the mount? Just checking to be sure. Or do you already have it? You need it. Okay. Sip got it. Sip got it just before you, Clove. Fair enough, Jake. Let's just say that the avalanche of information that appears in my chat log when loot is being distributed means that it's hard enough for me to see who got the mount. Great! Yes, thank you. You didn't get it either for some reason. That is strange. I think I got targeted twice. Well. Oh, I mean that wasn't what I was going for, but I guess that kind of worked for me. Bleh. Did. Bleh. Miko splat. There's a flat small dragon. Yeah, I did hear about that, Perrin. We talked a little bit about it on Discord, specifically. Oh, you see, Ceres, I take the rest because I see so many people go and run off the arena in the lead up that I'm actually not sure if someone else will smack the boss if I don't do it. And also, it's funny. You need to smack the boss of phase 2 to register. No, you don't need to in O12S. See, the funny thing there is that I've had a note for like at least half a year, I think, to test this. But I haven't had like a good opportunity to do it. In this particular case, it wouldn't take that long to test it. But it is just like unnecessary to test right now while we're farming mounts, so we just haven't. But I've had a note to do that for ages. 300,000. Now that's a lot of damage. If you don't need to on O12S, that's already a pretty good sign. Who was supposed to be on C, guys? Just wipe it. We can't make it with damage downs anyway. Just wipe. Who's meant to be on C? I knew there was a problem when we were only 3 over in the north save spot. Wonder if there's enough time to do the double lunar opener here. Whatever the case, you won't have a 2-minute burst. But I think you might have a 1-minute burst. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well, and yes, I would say so. We're just about to get the 8th mount. This time I moved in too quick. Two furthest? I don't know who it is. Just hope it isn't me. Looking for a friend to share a tank buster with. Scapo. Hey Knight, hope you're doing well. I think you have just enough time to get like the 1-minute perfect balance. Bird? What are those? Well, what we could do now is there might be some more people that well, see, the thing is that we need to make sure that we actually have the damage to make it, and it is a little tight. So it kind of has to be level 100, but we could bring anyone else that wants a mount. And yeah, sorry, Rust. That is indeed. I'm seeing you're level 94. Who Shaq's here? Do I grab Nox or Shaq first? Yeah, Yannick says, before I was sure that in Palace of Dead both Lost and Resolution attacks were doing 400 potency, but now in Pixelmans it seems to be 300. That is pretty funny. If Clove also has to go, then we can bring both. Right. So Shaq, basically, it's mostly a DPS race. Yeah, Shaq, you have to be a level 100 DPS job. It's mostly a DPS race. In phase 2, there are 8 markers. There will be a sequence of either north-south or east-west explosions. We're working through it, Yannick. So like, if you're in the area, we'll invite, like, we're inviting people in, like, one at a time. It makes it easier because then it means that 7 players have done it instead of like replacing half the team. But it'll be like north-south or east-west that explodes. Then there'll be pillars to soak. They'll be exactly on the markers we put down. And then there will be the opposite of north-south, east-west. And we each have a marker. Which Sip had one of the outer markers, right? Could you swap so that Shaq, who's playing a melee DPS, could have the inner one? The area being EU data center. Yes. EU data centers at my house, Silvermint, is where you have to appear. Otherwise, I'll miss you. I'm wondering, is the difference from the traits that big? Well, if the traits work, Yannick, the Machinist has a 20% damage bonus from their traits, and Pictomancer has a 30% bonus from theirs. All cooldowns reset during transition, yeah. They reset when we wipe. That's part of the reason why we wipe, so we make sure all cooldowns are ready. Right. So just to clarify for Shaq, in like these markers that I've put down don't do anything in phase 1. In phase 2, your pillar is the one on the C spot. And basically, yeah, the pillar on C, just remember that the way it goes is that he'll show the pillars and the circle AoEs, then he'll hide them, then he'll tether the order they'll go in, and it'll be 2 circle AoEs, the pillars, then the circle AoEs. So your safe spot will be like either north or east, and then the pillar, and then north or east. After that, there'll be tethers. Just stay close to your tether partner and hope we kill him before he kills us. That's basically the game plan. For phase 1, he will do stuff. We hope we kill him first. We need to get him below 50%. Why was my bread a lump of coal? That is an excellent question. Why was it? Did you burn it? Oh, sweet! There's another Pixelmancer. There's a chance I'm not getting bonked. We will share the burden. Do we know anything about the debuffs and tethers in phase 1? Yeah, we do. So the first players he uses Blood Drake on cannot survive, like should not be able to survive the virus debuff he puts up. The second set that gets hit will not survive, should not survive the tethers he puts out. However, it's completely random who he targets, because he normally targets all the supports or all the DPS, but because we have 7 DPS, he could target the same player twice. And then this happens. This is a problem. Sip says, this is why I was Sage, because if you overshield, you can survive as healer. Can't you take the debuffs by running into another player? Yes, you can, Viek. Can you personally pay attention to everyone who got targeted by each Blood Drake? The one time we had people trying to resolve it correctly, that was the first time we had 2 players die to it. Yeah, basically, the way it's supposed to work, Viek, is that you just pay attention to, was it the supports that got hit first or the DPS that got hit first? And that's the whole game plan. But what would be really nice this time around, because we have only one person that can rest, is that people grab anything that Seras gets, because Seras has to survive. Literally, mission task, Seras must survive. That's Alak Mankad. So if they get a tether, they just pass it to someone. They get virus, they just pass it to someone, because they have to survive. Saving Private White Mage. Yeah. Yeah, if you have a normal group composition, it's not that bad, because you just keep track of who got what. But because we don't, we just kind of have to go, and hope we win. But the trick is, because we do so much damage, we skip the harder mechanic that follows. Yep, that works. Although I think I'm dead. Wow! I see what Sip meant. If this is how big of a difference it makes that it is a Sage and not a White Mage, then we will probably have to have specifically a barrier healer, Ceres, for the next try. It doesn't have to be you, but I think that'll have to be what it'll be. I can be that Sage if it has to be. This is his revenge. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. I think those are going to resolve. I think we should hop out and review the group composition. And the question is, do you want to place a barrier healer, Ceres, or should someone else do it? Shaq could do it, because Shaq is actually a Sage main. That would actually make the most sense. But I think we will need a barrier healer specifically. Yeah, we had a few changes in the group composition now that I look at it. Divine Caress isn't enough to live it? I don't know. Like, the thing is, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't surprise me if Sip used a bit more than just a single barrier. I'm guessing because Sip isn't here to explain it. Oh, he used Barrier, Panheimer, and Heimer on himself to make sure. Wow. Yeah, basically that's the one mechanic that is dangerous, is the tethers and the virus, so just use everything. That's like everything you think might be needed. Well, you can at least see if it was a Sip thing or a barrier thing. But it did look like that barrier made the difference for not just the healer, considering how many people died. That is a pretty substantial difference. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. All Sage Shields are stronger than Divine Caress. The combination of all Sage Shields definitely is. But I believe Divine Caress is 400 potency, which is better than some. But yeah, if you use everything, then Sage and Scholar win easily. Using Hymen, etc. during Tank Buster, but it does nothing. I mean, I'm pretty sure the first hit is guaranteed to give a debuff, and the second hit did, like, I think I saw it do 700,000 damage to me at one point. So, right? Hey, Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Then we smack the boss, and then we die. Splat. Right, so now that we are at this arena... Alright, Jake, hope it goes well. Just to reiterate for Shaq, your spot, because we switched around a little bit, your spot is C, right? The Clove goes to 3, you go to C. So that means that when you see, like, he'll show you the pattern of what everything's going to be. When you see the first tethers, you'll know which ones will explode first, and the pillars will explode second. You will basically see everyone else start to move into position when it is safe, when we know which spot is safe. And the instant that the explosions happen from the first AoE, we start moving to the pillars. You don't have very long to move, so it has to be, like, snappy. And that mechanic, getting that pillar is crucial, because if you miss it, we get damaged down, and then we can't actually make it. Still north or east are my saves and C pillar? Yes, correct. So your spot is the C marker. The pillar is almost exactly on the C marker. Your safe spot will either be north first or east first, and then east or north second. It will not be the same spot twice. You can pretty much follow where Clove goes, because Clove's safe spots are the same as yours. Divine Caress is an ability, so it is not affected by recovery magic buffs, right? It is not affected by buffs that say healing magic potency. But it's affected by anything that says all healing received. Which means it's not affected by Philosophia, for instance. Well, it's not affected by Temperance. Sorry, for some reason I was in Sage. That is actually quite ironic now that you mention it. Divine Caress is not affected by Temperance. Yeah, it is affected by Asylum, that's correct. The two furthest players are going to get hit. Uh-oh. This is when we realize how hard Sid was carrying, guys. How much healing he was doing. I need a friend. Alright, so when you get tethered, Basically, you just hang out with your tether, and then we hope that we can deal with this before it becomes a problem. Almost. We were close. So this item just has a 20% stronger potency. 10%. Because it boosts by 10%. But yes, it actually affects itself. And the weirdest thing about Asylum is that normally, like for instance, Physis, it does not affect itself because it applies the healing over time effect first, then the healing bonus. For some reason, based on what I've seen, Asylum's first tick, which happens when you place it, does actually affect itself. Like, it activates on the first tick. Very weird. Ah, yes. 450,000 damage and 2 GCDs. Very nice. Who closest players are going to get hit. I mean, that also works. Apparently he just only hits one. If there's multiple. Hey! Don't remember, did we get 2 new or only 1? Think only 1? Alright, FFXIV, enjoy your evening. I don't know if we'll actually do that, since I'm reasonably sure that P8S is even more complicated. We might just do something like Endwalker Extreme 1 or something. I think Jake said they also had to go. I know, Ceres. It was just like, then we can do that instead of like pulling out another really complicated one. Can I get like, I don't know, like a show of hands? Like, can you move if you need the mount, so that I know who who I need to bring eventually? We actually have 4. Exactly, Ross. That's the problem, is that as you see the damage check, like the damage is really close, so it has to be like it basically has to be level 100. How about I do it left to right, and then next time, like, we will cycle people as we go, so don't worry, we'll get to everyone. Don't worry, we'll get to everyone. I just have to choose 2. Exactly, Lumen. So there would be phases that we have to learn. And part of the reason why I'm not just bringing everyone who still needs the mount is because by keeping the group mostly the same, so we don't change everything all at once, we don't have like half the raid has to relearn the mechanics. We can have situations where we can go, just do what that person is doing. Now, the thing is, we moved out 2 players instead of 1, so we have to figure out both of those players. If I remember correctly, Jake was on D, and Chloe was on 3. So that kinda works, because Milo can be on D, and Yannick can be on 3. Says if prom was a thing in Sweden, I would have severe prom flashbacks right now. Oh. And yeah, in phase 2, it is helpful if you pot, because of how close it is. I don't think we need it, but it does help. And if you need me to explain the mechanic that we need to do, then you have to tell me, because I sort of assumed that you saw it when I explained it for Shaq. So for phase 2, I'll just explain it quick. For phase 2, he will show the entire Act 1 mechanic. You, Yannick, your spot will be 3. Your pillar is the 3rd, like the pillar on the marker 3, approximately on 3. He will show 8 pillars and 4 circle AoEs. Then he'll hide it all behind nails, and then he'll tether to them first 2 of the circle AoE nails, then all of the pillar nails, and then 2 other ones. The things will resolve in that order. So basically, either for you, because you're on 3 conveniently, either north or east will be the safe spot you should go to each time, so you're close enough to reach your pillar. The moment the first circle AoEs explode, you run to your pillar, because it'll explode that fast. For Milo, it's like your spot is D, so you go either south or east for the safe spot. And it's basically safe spot, pillar, safe spot. And it's not going to be the same safe spot twice in a row. It'll be south, then pillar, then east, or it'll be east, then pillar, then south. And for Yannick, it'll be east, pillar, north, or north, pillar, east. And just to be clear, if a single person misses their pillar, it's a wipe, because it gives a 30-second damage down, and then we can't skip the mechanic we need to skip. The mechanic that follows after, there will be a tank buster. Well, there's going to be far or nearsighted. He will hit. I'm just going to explain it for everyone because it has sniped us a bit. Far or nearsighted basically targets the 2 furthest or nearest players. It kind of explains itself in that regard, and does basically a tank buster on them. It's a circle, so if the 2 players that are targeted are next to each other, they probably die. So, like, it's not super important who gets hit, but it's pretty good that it isn't the person who's tanking the boss who gets hit, because it's a DPS. They'll probably die from the auto attack that follows. You will also use an actual tank buster called Demigod something. That's a shared tank buster, so if you see the person who's taking it is standing alone, and you have HP, you can survive it, come on down, because a lone person will die, 2 players with full HP will not. You will get tethers in the last bit. Don't break them. Just try to kill the boss first. They will resolve naturally and kill us anyway if we don't make the DPS check of killing the boss first. So just don't try to pop them. Just stay close and let them resolve naturally and kill the boss. Hey, welcome to the cult with the pink, Nox. Thank you so much for the support. I'm glad to hear that you're just joking, because I do actually worry that I'm not excluding anyone. Oh, and in phase 1 there will be mechanics. He will use Blood Drake. The first players getting targeted will probably take a lot of damage from the virus. The second pair getting targeted will take a lot of damage from the tether. For the most part, we just cross our fingers and pray for that one. That's how we resolve it. We just pray, and it kinda works. But it is important that Shaq doesn't die. But if he uses everything, it seems like it's fine. Hey CG, hope you're doing well. I would say the farm's going well. We've started to bring in people to get mounts while we're here anyway. Like, I would say that should indicate that it's going well. Well, Nox, you only get the pink name if you have linked your YouTube account to your Discord. Huh. The mechanic basically didn't do anything. Can containment bait trials be soloed at 100? Do you mean like the Heavensward trials? Ah, 680,000. If you mean the Heavensward trials, then yes. I'm pretty sure they could be... I think I missed the cutscene, guys. Ah. That's weird. Yeah, the Heavensward trials, like, all of them are soloable at level 100. They're reasonably easy. I believe Ravana can be two-shotted. Right, so let me just quickly reiterate for Yannick and Milo. He will show all of the pillars and all of the circle AoEs that look like a nightmare, and then he'll hide it again. He'll, like, just take it away, like, psych, just kidding. And then nails will drop down. They're indicators for where the mechanics happen. He will tether to them in sets, and that will be the order they will resolve in. The first thing resolves when his cast finishes. The second thing resolves almost immediately after, and then the third thing resolves. So basically, move into safe spot, move into pillar, move into safe spot. Ding, ding, ding. And everything else is just kill him first. That's it. Mainly about Sephiroth Extreme. Oh yes, he's also very easily soloable now. Bruh. Bruh. He double interrupted me. Ow. Uh-oh. Wipe. Just wipe. Just wipe. No, don't bother. It's okay, Yannick. It's okay. You know that Thornton can be done with... Yeah, exactly. It could be done with... I think it was 3, or was it 4? I think it was 4. I'm pretty sure we did Ravana with 3. Yeah, don't worry, Nox. I do that thing as well. Like, I was the one doing them, and I don't quite remember either. It is quite interesting, see, there's like streams on the channel, stream bots, they're called Extreme Countdown if you want to see them. Where we basically do it with as many, like with a full team, and then we like scale down until we can't do it. Ow. 2 closest players will get hit. Careful not standing on top of each other. Yep. Not fast enough. But yeah, if you are the 2 closest, get away from each other, but stay under the hitbox of the boss, but don't stand on top of each other, otherwise you're gonna die. Same thing if you're baiting far. If you're like try to stand not near anyone else, because it is AoE. And I would also say, CG, I can't picture myself doing Extreme Countdown like offline, just for the sake of it. No worries, Milo. I could probably had clarified that. That's my bad. That is what has been catching some of us a few times, is that it's specifically AoE. My bad. But yeah, part of the inspiration for Extreme Countdowns was exactly that, and I'm sure a lot of you know that I do mentor roulettes. But the inspiration was, how many good players do you actually need to do an Extreme if you land there? And knowing that Ramuh is possible with 3 players is pretty, like, that must be like pretty positive, because it means you can do it if just some of your team are good. Two furthest players? Just need 2. Ow. I need a larger selection of fun facts at the end of video segments. Do I? I can always use more fun facts. And also true, Bronzum, it has been a while. Right. We do a ready check and go again. That we can get the second person to come in. Oh, like that. Oh yeah, that too. Like, I mean, it's good to know. But it is definitely a thing that knowing how many players you need. Like, there's also the difference. The difference that Ramuh being beatable with 3 players doesn't mean that you can just do it. Like, it has to be 2 tanks and a healer, from what I remember, and all 3 players have to know what they're doing. Like, they actually have to do the mechanics nearly perfectly. And, like, good damage, and pots, and food. And they might even need to be specific jobs. Like, that's how down to the wire it gets. Like, if the healer isn't a scholar, it might not actually be possible. Maybe a sage could work, but like that's how down to the wire it becomes. So that's like, you can do it with 3, with full echo and everything. But it's probably a lot more likely that you would do it if you're like, at least 4. But it's still interesting information. Mental it sounds like torture? Really? I mean, the thing is, a lot of players that do mental roulettes will just leave and take the 30-minute penalty if they get a duty they don't want. But I specifically never leave unless, like, the group is actually dead and it's not happening. But I also record all of my mental roulettes, so, like, I do something with it. Wouldn't an Astrologian be better at that level range? No, because you need the barriers, Delane. And Astrologian basically doesn't have any... Like, it has 1 single target barrier every 2 minutes in that level range. But we also did it in Endwalker before the Astrologian card changes. But yeah, we did actually start with an Astrologian when we were more players in the group. Because there it helped that Astrologian had crazy good healing. But when you get down to a really low player count, it starts to be less helpful. Kind of temptation to leave every time he gets beneath the sandal. And the thing is, for me, I just get mildly annoyed by that, but it takes 30 seconds. It would be a lot more annoying if the most boring... Like, imagine if Under the Armor took, like, 30 minutes. But it was equally boring. Then it would really suck. That someone attack it. That's really funny. Epic cutscene. Cutscene finishes. Zooms out from boss to face your corpse. Oh. We need the what now? Oh, CG, we have a running joke here that all guild hests get named something random that sounds Almost close enough that you can guess what it is. Under the armor. Replace all words in that guild test, but still make it close enough that people can probably guess that it's under the armor you're talking about. Try it. It's really funny. How do you even manipulate mental rates to just guild tests? You don't, but the way you would do it would be, for example, by having a friend queue for guild test, like in the exact same moment that you're queuing for mental roulette, and you do it at a time of day where there's not a lot of people queuing for anything, like in the afternoon or something. And then you just do that. Like that's pretty much how you do it. Is you just have people queue into you, essentially. And also that, yeah, we had I had a set where, as machinist, where I got out of 30 mental roulettes, 28 of them were guild tests. Two furthest get hit. I'll join you, Milo. We finished a little faster there. That only works if it's their first run now? What do you mean? What do you mean with it only works if it's their first run? Yeah, they're basically, it's a weird kind of synergy that oh yeah, also that, Angel, I can indeed get the bone cam. I have a weapon cover already. But yeah, it is like a weird kind of synergy, because the fastest way to accumulate mental roulette clears, which, you know, an achievement for that, is to get guild tests, especially something really quickly, like really fast to clear, like under the armor. And the fastest way to clear content and reach the part in a duty where you get commendations is under the armor. So if you're trying to become a mentor, one way you can do it is to just repeatedly queue under the armor and hope that people will commend you. And the fastest way to get clears as a mentor is if you get under the armor repeatedly. Like, there is this weird kind of synergy. Now, the thing is, whenever I get a guild test, there's a, like, the probability of me actually commending anyone drops to like 1%. I thought it was Turtle in the Half Shell. Hero on the Half Shell is slightly more likely to give a commendation because people can fail it. So, like, people might be slightly more inclined to give you a commendation. But under the armor is the fastest of all guild tests. It takes under 30 seconds. But you don't do anything. Like, you don't do anything commendable in the first place, so people rarely have a reason to commend you anyway. Also, hey Louis, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I also don't commend exactly for that reason. But yeah, that is like the synergy, is that people that want to become mentors might queue for under the armor to get commendations, and mentors might be queuing for mentor roulette and then just end up there. And indeed, no, Bronto. Mentor roulettes basically are pack fillers. they will land in any content that needs players, except if it's Savage or Coils of Bahamut. Or Dawntrail Extremes. Otherwise, anything goes. You can land in anything. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we'll get some more mounts for people. But I just have to be right back real quick. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. So it says, I've seen 3 party finders for commendation farming this month. Wait, so like they like coordinated so that they queue into each other? That's pretty funny. But yeah, the way that mental roulette works, just to reiterate, is I think there might be a possibility that if it has to choose between joining a first-timer and a not first-timer group, it might have a preference there, but I doubt it. I'm reasonably certain that mentors just get paired up with whoever needs something, and like whatever group has waited the longest for someone is the one that gets them. Like a little bit like most of the other roulettes. But that also explains why mentors, like depending on what role you're playing, you get specific content. DPS are more likely to land in guild tests, mainly because there's rarely anyone queuing for guild tests. Like, that's one of the reasons DPS are more likely to land in weird and wacky content like extremes, again, because it's not because you need DPS in extremes, it's because extremes need everyone. Like, it's very rare that you'll land in a leveling dungeon as a DPS, because there's usually way more DPS queuing for that than tanks and healers. Meanwhile, tanks and healers, especially healers in my experience, are much more likely to land in like low-level dungeons. But that also makes sense when you realize that there's over 3 times as many DPS as there are tanks and as there are healers. Even though you have 2 DPS in each group, that's still like there's still 50% more spaces that need to be DPS to satisfy that. If there were 3 DPS in each group, it would kinda even out. That's the problem. Also, hey Licky, hope you're doing well. Right, I did say left to right. I mean, like, you can kind of figure out what the problem is, why specific mentor roles land in specific content. See, it was Milo that hopped out, right? Milo was on D, right? Think Milo had D? But if no one else claims D, then you're on D, Kaylee, which is in melee range. Whoops. Apparently my many deaths have worn down my equipment. Is this on EU? Yes, it is on EU. And thank you, Rust. Yeah, exactly, Silvermint. I have on my spreadsheet 97 guild hests. I didn't like categorize them per role, but let's just say, reminder that 28 of those 97 was machinist. Thank you, Licky. We've done it a lot. The best part is when he interrupts me with his auto attacks. Maybe I will not be the one that dies, or maybe I will. Boink. That's amazing! What? Weird. That's amazing, Yannick. I'm not even sure how, like, how did you manage that? Were you like carefully managing your enmity on that entire pull? It was random. Well, we should still just attack him and then reset, because we basically instructed Shaq to use everything to make sure we can get there. It's like, it's just safer. We also get all our cooldowns back. I'm sure I'm not the only one who benefits. But that was amazing. Start doing DPS when you get the tank boss and you'll do a tank swap. I guess so. The fear is that if I stop, then maybe the next mechanic will also go. Gain all cooldowns, you mean lose all mana? Well, I mean... the life of a red mage. The measure of a red mage. I should really not use my burst potion this early. I should be using it after the long motif. Depends on the picture opener. Well, it's very simple, see. I'm using my gem draft after the holy, but then I swift casted a motif. I could do that after. Like, there's no discussion there. two closest players. Be careful, it's us an AoE. I don't think we're going to make the check now. Maybe we're lucky? Ow. Isn't every pot time after Rainbow Drip or Holy and White though? I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't checked recently. I'm playing Pictomancer because it's a mage and I have mage gear. But see, sometimes what matters is what you're doing. If I'm using, if I do use the gem draft after Rainbow Drip, then yes. But because I haven't been, then it's probably not smart to do it after Holy and White when I choose to do Winged Motif after that. And the reason why I do Holy and White when I do it is because I use that Holy and White to reach my spot. And I need to reach my spot because there are melee DPS being like, oh man, I can't wait for the boss to turn. Like, it's because I'm the tank. Sometimes. But yeah, I could probably use the gem draft after Rainbow Drip so it also touches the Palm Muse. That would probably be an idea. Can't remember, is Shimu Gaia, is that Carix? Melees can go through if they want positionals, don't let them be happy. Wow. Hey, Licky, you wouldn't happen to be a ranged main, would you? Smash cut to Licky just like a local caster main. Or maybe a machinist. Oh, well, there you go. Do you have P4S unlocked? Okay. Is that Garrix? I'm gonna need a response. You can't just be edgy quiet guy in the chat. You're gonna have to say something. Especially now that it says that someone isn't meeting the requirements, which would be you. Is there anyone else here that still needs the mount? Well, if Emi is to be believed, Emi will be back in like 4 minutes and they need the mount. But in the meantime, we're waiting for someone. Yannick says, I'm still of the mind that close and far positionals would make ranged feel nicer. It would probably be more interesting. The reason why I'm a little concerned about that is because we already see so many cases of melees blindly smacking their face into death because positional. So I can already see it. I can already see it. The ranged physical being like, nah, I'd rather stay in Narnia. Why? Because I have long range positionals. And I don't know, Dancer's like, I don't want to go, I don't want to deal with the faraway mechanic. Why not? Because I have a close range positional. But what if you force them to alternate like Reaper? I mean, you could do that. But for some variety, like, interestingly, if you actually go over all of the melee jobs, Monk alternates 1 to 2, so that means it has a preference for the flank. Ninja technically alternates 1 to 2, preferring the back. Dragoon alternates 1 to 2, preferring the back. Samurai alternates evenly, Viper alternates evenly, and Reaper alternates evenly. So that means that, like, there's a slight preference for backside positionals, but 3 of the 6 jobs gives has a preference. So it would make sense that, like, of 3 ranged physical jobs, 1 has a preference for close range positionals, 1 has a preference for far positionals, and then 1 alternates evenly. And I just listed them off the top of my head, like the Machinist wants to be far away because, you know, sniper, and Dancer wants to be close because, well, that's basically how they work in PvP, right? Samurai has a preference for what it chooses because of dot application. Oh yeah, that's true, but I guess I would say once you've set up your buffs, Samurai can just adjust on the fly. Cat says, what do you mean, Aradel? Bart clearly needs more things to keep track of. Aradel says, I would die. Just one more thing. That's also a reason why Bart should be the one that doesn't get those positionals. He already has enough. I mean, Sip, if you really want to get in again, we could see if someone else wants to sit out. If you really want to get in again. Yeah, my point was, Licky, that Samurai has the flexibility to choose. Counter idea, get rid of positionals altogether. Well, if that's what you want, Sip, then stay out. I guess we'll just roll with this team. Let's see. The thing is with positionals that I could see the argument for getting rid of them, because it feels like we're slowly reaching the point where it feels like they're just there. Like they're just there because they were there. But I will also say that, let's say, for me personally, if melee suddenly didn't have positionals anymore, for me it would just be like, okay. But the thing is, I've never really been a melee main, so it feels a little bit like, change the job for my preference. No, I wasn't going to change to play it more just because you changed it, but it would be neat for me if you did. Makes it easier for me to level it. Hey Kosari, hope you're doing well. So like for me, I should not be the first person to speak on that, because I wouldn't play melees more as a result of positionals being removed. I don't think it would play it less either. As I said, it doesn't really matter to me. It's just, I will just adjust, and that's good enough. Uh-oh. What happened? Ow. Bronson, does I wish positionals were more valuable? Yeah. Like, that's also a funny thing, is that Monk, just to take an example, Monk used to have positionals on every one of their GCDs. Like, all the 6 main ones all had positionals. But then also Monk used to, like, in some capacity, that was it. Masterful Blitz didn't exist. They had Tornado Kick, which worked in an interesting way. But ultimately, the rotation was that. Just 1, 2, 3s. So it kind of made sense that that was quote-unquote difficult. Furthermore, while the positional reward, like, for getting it right was, like, 60 potency, at that time, Monk GCDs did, like, half the damage they're doing now, like, baseline. So 60 potency was, like, 30 or 40% maybe. Slight exaggeration, but yeah. Monk's Greased Lightning, which they had to maintain at the time, gave them 10, 20, 30, and by Shadowbringers, 40% more damage. So, like, while the positional itself was like 60 potency, it was nearly 100 once all of the various damage bonuses Monk had came in. So that's kind of funny. And also that you had to get the boot shine positional correct to get the crit, which I'm just saying made Monk miserable to do open world content with, in my opinion. Oh yeah, all the cool things your GCDs do don't work because you don't have someone to tank for you. Shame. Would be nice, wouldn't it? I just absent-mindedly spent my hammer, and then I remembered that I needed that for repositioning. Oh well. Two furthest players are going to get hit. Well, that looks to work, I think. Not quite. Guess we needed barriers. You know, it is quite funny with those things. I remember we had that problem on Honeybee Lovely, where we moved around some cooldowns, and then a mechanic that never killed us before suddenly just whooped us because we had accidentally readjusted the position of every defensive that was used in that specific mechanic. See, Louis says, just sucks not hitting the positionals. Feels like a huge damage loss that starts adding up. It does. Kasadi says, I personally actually like positional, so perhaps their value could be increased. That too. Hogger Creeper says, how difficult do you think P12S is to unsync still? Given that the only reason why P4S is this easy is because we managed to, by a hair, skip everything that is actually really hard, I would assume that P12S is reasonably difficult to do unsync, but we haven't tried yet. Now, I'm pretty sure the only person remaining in my garden that needs the mount would be, who's interested in getting the mount, would be Emir, but Emir said they would be back in a moment. I guess we can wait a moment for them. Time to farm P8S. Yeah, almost. Can someone poke Emir on Discord or something and say, hey, you promised 20 minutes, where are you? Yeah, exactly, Angel. That's what I'm expecting. That's also why I decided we'll just get everyone a mount tonight. We might also just do some extreme farm next time. Updog strats. What's updog strats, Louis? What's an updog strat? You need normal party comp for P8. I could imagine. Like, this is also ridiculous. Like, this is stupid. Do 70 PS at a healer. Like, it's so dumb that I am pretty sure I got told this trick twice on other streams. And both times, like, I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty neat. And then when we finally get to P4S, I'm like, forgot. And then someone mentions it. Welcome back, FFXIV. I guess we can just hang out a bit. See if Vimia's back in a bit. We got all the mounts, and we're also closing in on when I would normally end the stream. Did you get anything from Extremes P8S done? Nope, we just got everyone mounts. We're kinda, sorta waiting for Emir to come back so we can get one final one. Exactly, because P8S is really hard. And I feel like Extremes we can do that another day. But yeah, someone mentioned that what they don't like about positionals is that as the game has progressed, fights have become like more and more and more movement, so it gets a lot more hectic to do the positionals. I would say on the other hand that given that attacks have gotten stronger and stronger and the positionals have not, like the reward for the positional hasn't grown, but the actual base potency of attacks keeps growing, means that as it gets harder to get the positional, the game has also made sure that the positional itself is, relatively speaking, less significant amount, like in your total potency. So, like, it's not too bad. But I could see the argument for getting rid of positionals. I would, however, say that, in my opinion, it feels more like, almost like a knock-on effect of positionals have been made less and less and less significant. And because they're basically being made less significant, players go, why don't you just get rid of them when they don't matter anyway? Like, you know? Plus 200 potency on Bootchan if you get it correct and always direct crits. That would be pretty wild. That would be pretty crazy. But you see, that's also the problem with balancing positionals. If they made positionals really impactful, then it should be really hard to get them, right? Do you think buffing True North would be a good idea? Would it just make positionals kind of pointless? As it stands right now, Nathan, some melee DPS can coordinate when their positionals come up to a point where they can basically ignore those positionals entirely. If you buffed True North, this would get worse. The jobs that I'm thinking of is Viper, surprisingly. Because Vicewinder has a cooldown or charge time of 40 seconds, and True North has a charge time of 45 seconds, you can basically, over the course of a fight, never have to do the positionals for Swiftskin's Coil and Hunter's Coil. You can just use both. Like, it'll take many, many uses of Vicewinder and True North before that is no longer possible. And that also ignores the part that sometimes you can get it easily, so you'll just, like, skip that one and, like, not use True North. That, of course, means you don't have True North for your regular filler combos, but Viper has that many True Norths. Reaper is another example. If you make sure to use, like, Gluttony and Bloodstalk, like, in bursts, then, like, nearly all of your Gibbet and Gallows will just auto-succeed because of True North. It's 45 seconds. If you can just shove, like, 3 positionals into that, then, then you don't have much left. Like, I feel like if they buffed True North, then they might as well just delete positionals altogether. Like, if they made it even better than this. I'm pretty sure that True North used to be a 2-minute cooldown, but it lasted 15 seconds. I'm pretty sure it was like that at some point. And it didn't have charges, it was just once. But that was back when positionals were significantly more impactful. So, like, True North is a pretty good demonstration of how much less impactful positionals are now. A 150-second cooldown, even worse. But yeah, exactly. If they made True North better, then positionals might as well just not be there. Like, yes, if you made True North like 30-second cooldown, you would still have, like, as a Dragoon, for instance, you would have to do a positional correctly once in a blue moon, but it still feels kind of like whatever. Nerf melee so much that double melee isn't optimal anymore. I'm pretty sure I've heard that double mage has started to get traction, but I can't remember if it's just, well, 2 Pictomancers is that good, or if it's like Pictomancer Black Mage. But there's some part of the reason for that is also that double melee became a thing for multiple reasons, I would say. One reason being that melees usually do more damage and are a little sturdier, so why bring a paper DPS when you can bring one of cardboard, right? Slightly better for safety reasons, and if you don't need the range, then that utility isn't helpful. And most mechanics are designed under the assumption that you have 2 melees and 2 ranged, or like at least 2 of each, not many more than that. And a ranged can fake being a melee can't really fake being a ranged without a massive loss. So it's easier to have the correct number of melees and no more than that. And every time melees have been better, that just emphasizes that rule. Whenever melees are not better, you just bring an extra range or an extra mage. Like that, like the fact that people do that, like if melees are not the best, people will quickly go, well, then we can bring 2 mages or 2 ranged. There's basically never a situation where melees, even if melees were that good, it's really unlikely that if, like, let's say melees were way stronger than ranged and mage, I still don't think, like, it would have to be completely off the charts broken balance for groups to go, oh yeah, our standard comp is 3 melees, and then we bring, like, a mage. Because it would be so problematic to deal with mechanics as a result. Meanwhile, the instant that melees are not the best at doing damage, people will be like, oh, we could bring in 3rd? Like, we could have double ranged or double maged, fine, right? Like, it's that quick. That's the reason why melees have to be strong. Because if they're not, then it's not whether you need the ranged capacity. It's about why bring a samurai that does not have range when you could bring a black mage who does? Like, it's the same as the argument of why does Summoner and Red Mage have to be substantially weaker than Black Mage and Pictomancer in terms of in terms of actual damage output. They don't have to be as weak as they might be, but if they were equal with Black Mage and Pictomancer, then you would start to see group compositions where they're like, nah, we want specifically a Red Mage or a Summoner. Why would we bring a Pictomancer or Black Mage when they do the same damage and they don't have a res? Like, that's the origin of things like res tags and range tags and all that, is that it's really easy to ignore right up until it's actually no longer there, because when it's no longer there, you start to see the opposite. The jobs that don't have anything basically get no utility taxed. Oh, you don't have a res? Well, that guy does. Oh, you're not ranged? Well, that guy is. Why should we bring you? Oh, you have slightly more HP. I guess that's something. Exactly, Nox. Range is a massive advantage in all games, so being melee has to give you some advantage, like damage. Hey, Emir, we're actually waiting for you. We're looking for one person who's missing a mount. You wouldn't have to happen to know one, would you? You don't? Are you sure? And it's specifically this mount that they're missing. Are you sure you don't know anyone? You know, gal? Okay. Well, we can bring that. We can bring her. Let me go fetch her. See, Green says, I mean, if you do enough damage and execute well enough, then having a res wouldn't really be a concern, right? Correct. But, counterpoint, why wouldn't you? Right? Like the way that I'm trying to convey this is, imagine that you were doing a duty, right? You're doing a savage fight. And you need a mage. 2 Pictomancers roll up. There's this new quest that's added in the game called Draw You to Life, which, hypothetically, that gives Pictomancer a res. Just straight up just gives them res, just like Summoner. One of the Pictomancers can't be bothered to do it because they believe we don't need it anyway. The other Pictomancer did do it. They're equally geared. The only difference is that one of the Pictomancers don't have rest because they can't be bothered. Which Pictomancer are you bringing? Probably bringing the one with the rest. Probably not exclusively for the reason they brought a rest. Probably partly because they're better prepared. But my point being, If you had Summoner and Red Mage do exactly the same amount of DPS that a Pictomancer could do, then you wouldn't bring up, like, then the only reason you'd bring the Pictomancer is because you know the Pictomancer. If you get 3 strangers, and there's a Pictomancer, Summoner, and a Red Mage, and they all do the same DPS, and you don't know any of them, the only reason you might bring the Pictomancer is because they asked first. Or you knew them. Because the other two are better. Like, they're actually stronger because they have utility that the Pictomancer doesn't have. Right? Like, that's how the wheels turn on why a job with better utility has to be weaker. And yeah, exactly, Tinker. Like, from my perspective, I'm happy that my static has a Red Mage. Like, we don't need the extra damage, but the extra res is really handy sometimes. But the argument is that, like, that it would be more difficult to sell a job with no utility if they don't even do more damage. Like, they don't even have that. That's why it's difficult to have this conversation. But the reason why it's the hardest is because the players that go Summon and Red Mage should do more damage is because the players that actually optimize don't look at anything else. Like, if they did the same damage, it wouldn't matter. It would be like, well, do they more damage? Do they do more damage on this fight specifically? By the way, does anyone remember, is Ymir on D, or is there a different spot that is the open one? Who was it that hopped out? I think Viech is on D. Is that right? I know Sip, but I think Viech was D just before. All right. I guess no one knows who was the last one that left. Anyone remember? That was Yannick. Yannick was on 3. Shaq, you were on C, right? Shaq, can I convince you to go to 3 instead so Ymir can be on C as a melee DPS? Exactly, I'm thinking if Ymir can get C, then you go 3. Is that alright, Ymir? Because Viek got the D spot before. Okay, so just reiterating, Viek is still on D, Ymir is on C, Shaq is on 3. Everyone else, you're on the same spot you were before. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's exactly it, Louis. You could make the same argument with Pictomancer versus Black Mage. Why is it Black Mage only gets 1 personal barrier while Pictomancer gets that and they can share it, and also they get a heal on the on Star Prism for some reason? Like, why do they get to have all that? And also do deliver slightly better damage, like slightly. Like, in the grand scheme of a party. Like, why do they get to have both? Like, that, it's the same argument. It's just that in this particular case, we've actually seen it get weird. Like, exactly, Pictomancer didn't get utility taxed hard enough. And that's the problem. That's one of the problems. Next thing you know, Mana Ward gets 2 charges. We hear you. We have the solution. 2 charges on Mana Ward. No, still not it. Still not what you wanted. Okay. We know now. I've got it. Ethereal Manipulation has 2 charges. No, still not it. Maybe. What if we make Swift Cast 30-second cooldown? Yeah. What would that help, Black Mages? No, that also helps Pictomancer. Yeah, that's a good point. What if we gave you 3 triple cast charges? No. What if we also made the cooldown 40 seconds to actually get 3 triple casts every 2 minutes? Yeah, like that's 3 and 3, right? Right? It's kind of neat, don't you think? No, that still doesn't solve the problem. No. You're right. Yeah, that. Yeah, what if we gave you 3 charges on ley lines? No, that's not utility. Oh yeah, you're right. What if we made Astral Fire 20 seconds? That's still damage. Oh yeah, that is still damage. What if we made Mana Ward AoE? That could actually do something if they straight up just made Mana Ward AoE. That could actually do a little something. Come to think of it. I would actually say that if Mana Ward was AoE, that would be pretty crazy strong because of like it's 20%, isn't it? I think it's 20%. So it'd be twice as big as Tempera Grasa. Increase in Nokian from 32% to 64%. Aha! Now we've got it. We know. We hear you. We hear you. That's what you need, right? That's what you wanted, right? No. It's 30% Mana Ward. Well, even better. Two furthest players are going to get hit. That's scary. Everyone just runs in. Not me. Just make it the random roulette of everyone gets hit. Make an Ice Mage rotation now. There we go. $14 mounts in Final Fantasy XIV. Emily says Final Fantasy XIV is in a weird spot. The fact you can switch jobs anytime would make it more reasonable to make jobs more distinct and make groups pick and choose based on encounter. But everything else about the game indicates they want every single job to be as equally viable as possible in all encounters. Yes. Basically, exactly, Emily. Precisely. Final Fantasy XIV has a system that means that you could level every job and simply just switch to what's needed. But the development team wants to be sure that all options are equally viable for everything, which is quite ironic because this exact system... Oh, wait a minute, Agent Monica's here. Do you also need the mount, Agent Monica? Do we go for a 5th? A 15th? Do you need the mount, Monica, Agent Monica? Or do you already have it? But it would actually be quite interesting if they had made each job, like, super niche. Like, made it so that you could specifically bring the tool for the job. Like, you go, oh, this fight is quite magic heavy, we need a Dark Knight. And then have one of the tanks just switch to Dark Knight, specifically for that fight. And then the next fight is like, oh man, this specific mechanic, like, if you parry this thing, then stuff happens. So now we need specifically a gunbreaker for that. And then like, oh, this fight, like, you need to heal a ton, so we need to bring a warrior in. And like, oh yeah, this fight, these attacks do crazy high damage, so Paladin is needed to both block and minimize the damage. Like, you could do that, but instead we have this focus on make sure that everything's viable, which is understandable because there's 21 jobs. You could be anything you want. Obviously, make sure that all options are viable, because otherwise you're like, well, I only like Black Mage. Anyone that doesn't mind stepping out for Agent Monica in the group? Oh, we have to be rather specific with positions. Thank you for joining, Ceres. Parents says, Lord forbid Pixman gets nerfed. Instead, we'll bring up other classes to that level. Yeah, exactly. No. We're not nerfing Pixman. We'll just buff everyone else. There's a lot of melee. Well, it's 4. We just need 4. What spot did Ceres have? Does anyone remember? Four. What if I take 4 and Agent Monica takes B? Because I'm pretty sure I'm the only ranged and melee range left. Do you know how the fight goes, Agent Monica? Or do you need me to go over it again? They buffed Red Mage's potencies this patch for some reason. Well, the weird thing is they buffed both Summoner and Red Mage, but Summoner got the buffs indirectly. You want me to go over it? Alright. Just a moment. Both Red Mage and Summoner could use a little bit of damage buff, Silvermint, if they need to catch up with Black Mage and Pictomancer. And Summoner got them in the way that a bug fix was done. And Red Mage just got buffs to match, in a way. Right, so the mechanic we're worrying about, Agent Monica, is that in Phase 1, we just kill him. Like, there are mechanics, like when he starts to put tethers on people, try and spread out so that you don't get hit by those. If you have one, don't make sure other people don't get hit. Like, try to spread out a little bit. But we're just trying to kill him first. He needs to go under 50% as quickly as possible. In Phase 2, he will show circle AoEs and pillars all over the place, but none of them will resolve at that moment. He will then hide everything, and then he will tether to nails that were put in their place to indicate the order things are happening in. Your marker will be B, which is the yellow B over there, so your safe spot will be either north or west first. You can follow... Who was on 2? That's Aradel. And see where they go. And then, right after the first circle AoE, you run to your pillar, take it, and then run to the other safe spot. It will always be west, pillar, north, or north, pillar, west. And taking the pillar is the most important part of this deal, because if it's not taken, we all get damaged down, and if we all get damaged down, we can't make the DPS check, and then we wipe. But essentially you only need to be on the marker when that pillar resolves. Also, we wipe it up when we reach phase 2. After someone attacks Hesperos, so that we have full cooldown. So you can go full blast in phase 1. The fight will be less than 2 minutes, so like, don't hold anything for later. And yep, that is correct, Emily. If all DPS jobs were perfectly equal in power, then you would see the microscope zoom in even more. And they'd go, well, I mean, technically, this specific fight happens to favor Reaper by 0.1%. Like, they're marginally better in this fight, so Reaper's best. Or they'd be like, well, Reaper has a better defensive cooldown. Like, the only reason why we're focusing on on damage is because that's, like, the metric that, quote-unquote, we care about. But if everyone did the same damage, we'd just focus on something else. The key thing to remember is that the reason why the players that do this level of optimization, that their opinion matters, is because they tend to be really loud about it. And there's a lot of players that have no business worrying about this, that will worry about this. Players that will go, oh, my job is at the bottom of the FF logs totem pole, so I guess I can't play it. And some players will agree with them and say, no, you shouldn't play Summoner because they do less damage than Black Mage or whatever. Actually, less damage than Pictomancer, you should play Pictomancer. Like, it'll affect players that don't need to care. That's the reason it matters at all. Exactly, Twims. They say that, but that player has never touched high-end content and never will either. Exactly, and the funniest thing is that some of the most aggressive quote-unquote optimizers you'll meet will be players that don't actually, like, the reason why they're so extremely focused on optimizing is because they don't actually understand how little it matters in the grand scheme of things. You should play Pictomancer because Pictomancer does less damage than Pictomancer. Two closest players. Make sure to not overlap. Looks like they needed a little bit more than not just overlapping. I think we're lacking damage. You can be in melee range, Agent Monaco. You have to attack. we need damage. You have to go, like, you have to attack as if your life depended on it, because that was the DPS check. It's okay. We go again. Just do the act 2, shaking my head, yeah. Two closest players, try not to overlap. Ugh. Now we just have to rush him down. Well, someone has to stand with me. Someone has to stand with me. How did Shaq share that, Buster? Apparently Shaq was a little closer than we thought. Not entirely sure. I would actually like to propose a possibility on the Dark Knight problem. The reason why they were so low on FF logs at the very start of Dawntrail. Dark Knight, as far as I know, in Endwalker, was a job that was really, really weird in terms of damage, because they won, just like they do now, by the way, specifically from raid buffs. Like, they happen to have the most damage they could shove into burst. Like, they just had a slightly bigger bag of burst than the other tanks, but without raid buffs, they don't win anymore. This is true in Dawntrail. Exactly, best buff feed. Dawntrail changed the burst window from 15 seconds to 20. So the Dark Knight mains had to go, okay, what do we do with that? They also had changes to their, you know, Delirium and Blood Weapon, and they had Disesteem added, and the Scarlet thingy combo added. Like, they had a bunch of things added, and they had to account for that. So it is a possibility. I'm just saying, there's a possibility that the reason why Dark Knights were at the bottom was because they didn't know how to be at the top. Like, they had to figure that one out. It's a possibility. Like, not to forget that all of the other jobs had to figure out their cooldown timing again, right? Because their raid buffs were changed. So, like, people had to figure that thing out. However, what people saw was that Dark Knight wasn't at the top. Incidentally, I remember that there was a raid tier in Endwalker. I don't remember which one, but I remember there was a raid tier where Dark Knight started. I would actually say it was bordering on whining. Because for a moment, they weren't at the top of FF logs. They came back once people had figured out the raid tier, but they basically looked at it and thought, we're not at the top yet. What's the point of playing Dark Knight if we're not the maximum damage, because we're not the best at defense and we don't have the best utility? So if we don't even have the best damage, why are we playing Dark Knight? Because you like Dark Knight. It's strong enough, right? It was probably Abyssos and or Anabaziah's Angel. But that's specifically what I remember. That Dark Knight started complaining because they weren't at the top of the damage. For a moment. Exactly, said the Dark Knight main calmly. Tinkle says, as of right now, Gunbreaker is at the top everywhere, but the difference between all 4 tanks is pretty small. I'm just saying that I've seen this raid tier with speedrun, like with top logs with double Dark Knight. That's all I'm saying. And Dark Knights complained that they weren't the strongest in this raid tier. I mean, I think I figured it out, guys. What you need to do, warrior main, by the way, is just complain that you don't do the most damage. All the time. Just all the time. The moment that logs come out, if you're not already at the top, you complain. Until you get buffs. And you don't say, thank you, look, we're now at the top when you're at the top. You keep complaining. You just keep complaining until you're even stronger. Like, just all warriors just whine that upheaval doesn't do enough damage. And yeah, I am mostly joking when I say that. Okay, I just want to approach what Tinkle said. As of right now, Gunbreaker is at the top everywhere, but the difference between all 4 tanks is pretty small. Check this out. Angel already knows what the problem is. You don't look at our DPS when it's tanks. They don't have any raid buffs. So like, this basically means like this is the damage of the tanks if they're not receiving raid buffs, essentially, because the credit for those raid buffs are attributed to the job that gave the raid buff. So Dark Knight is here if it doesn't get the credit for the raid buffs. This is what it looks like when you let the tanks get the credit for the raid buffs. Do you see this dot out here? Do you see this? That's it. You can also see this. Like, Gunbreaker has a slightly... Like, I'm actually not sure why Gunbreaker's placed there. Oh, it's because the upper quantile is 0.06 higher. But on all other metrics, Gunbreaker loses. Oh, thank you, Aradel. That's a good one, yes. Gunbreaker has higher average? Nope. Dark Knight has a slightly higher median. Maybe it's the average, which it isn't showing. But you can see the minimum is lower, the lower quantile is lower, the median is lower, the maximum is lower, the actual peak is lower, but the upper quantile is slightly bigger. So, like, the key is, this is, it's not quite like that, but looking at this basically tells you that, on average, Gunbreaker wins. If your group is actually good, Dark Knight wins. With a little bit of luck. Tiny, tiny bit of luck. No, not even by 0.6. I'm pretty sure, isn't that 0.06%? Specifically M4S? Oh yeah, well, there you go. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Many times in that fight where I'm like, oh boy, Tomahawk, right? A warrior at the bottom, yep. So I should be complaining, right? That's what I should be doing. Why are you playing the worst damage tank? Not like warrior has the most sustain or anything. The reason why I'm playing warrior is because of all these 4 tanks, right? I would say, my opinion, it is the least impacted by just kind of winging it. I have the capacity to play warrior correctly. I can do that. But sometimes I have to be the raid leader. And sometimes that means that I'm not, like, if you check my performance on any of our M3S reclears, I can guarantee you during a fuse field, final fuse down, the one where I call out all the names, that I'm basically autopiloting the rotation. Like, I'm just clicking I am clicking the glowy button. I'm just clicking the glowy button. Because I'm not actually focused at all on my rotation. I'm 100% focused on looking at HP, checking the timer on the debuff, and calling the next person to the floor. If I was playing Paladin, I would probably mess up the burst if it happened to come up there. If I was playing Dark Knight, I would not have MP for the next burst, because I was just going to wing it. And Gunbreaker, I would probably accidentally be out of cartridges. So I play the tank that I can play while both doing callouts and also trying to be funny man on the internet. Okay, how much would I have to pay you to play Dark Knight on Saturday? I'm not going to play Dark Knight on Saturday. Let's say there is a possibility if let's say a tank weapon drops, and it isn't a Paladin tank weapon specifically because we don't want duplicates. Let's say that Saturday comes, M4S dies, and the Dark Knight weapon just straight up drops. There's a reasonable chance that I'll go, I can take it. There is no guarantee that I will use Dark Knight on the following clear, but let's just say that if I get that and not a warrior weapon upgrade, there's a chance that I would go as Dark Knight. But the thing is, it's not because of the attack rotation, it's because of the defensive toolkit. If I'm Dark Knight instead of warrior, then I have to play differently defensively. And Shaq and Sip has to play differently because suddenly I'm not healing myself nearly as much as I was. So it'll change stuff for not only me, but both of the healers and probably also Ham. So it's not just me it affects if I change. It affects the raid. So I don't want to do that. But if I had a 735 weapon, it would be a consideration. Like, there's a possibility that if I was going to go Dark Knight, that maybe we should try and see if Ham can main tank. Okay, but how much would I have to pay? Ymir, you like, I'm saying there isn't a price because I can't guarantee that I'll actually do it. So I'm not going to say that it has a price and then it doesn't happen and you're like, you scammed me. Why are you all riding on a spicy chicken? Because we all got spicy chickens. Twimsh says Warrior is to an extent the random BSGO tank. In a way. It is pretty funny that, like, I just want to say, me just clicking the glowy button isn't optimal. Like, I should be doing things like holding Beast Gauge and holding Infuriate for the burst and all that. But I rarely do outside of confident, safe reclears. You'll also see, like, if I'm doing that, there's also a higher chance you'll see me greeting more. But, if I'm actually not confident we'll get it, then I'll focus more on mechanics. With your team comp, it'd be a loss, I think, since you only have 2 buffs. We have a Bard, we have a Red Mage, a Samurai and a Viper, and double Selfish Healer. So we have Bard buffs, so technically 2 buffs, and we have Red Mage with Embolden. Is the Sveen Extreme weapon better than Tome weapon? Yes, if you can't augment it, then yes. Selfish Healer, White Mage in stage? Yeah, exactly. I know it sounds ridiculous to call a healer a selfish one, but the way we've decided to name these things is that selfish jobs are jobs that don't give damage buffs. All that other stuff you're doing, don't care. You're selfish because you didn't give me a damage buff. All the tanks are selfish. They don't have any damage buffs from me. Exactly, it's selfish in the same way as Samurai and Black Mage are selfish DPS. Although, in fairness, both Samurai and Black Mage, it makes a little bit more sense. Because the only thing they have to share with the raid is a roll action. Like, that doesn't really count, does it? Same with Viper. They have a roll action. But it is really funny, specifically when it gets to selfish healer. I faint all the time, I'm not selfish. Well, you can be not selfish, but your job, on the other hand. Parents says, I think Dark Knight really needs a raid buff. It will really round out Dark Knight's kit. I mean, the sheer amount of focus Dark Knight ultimately has on the 2-minute burst, it kind of would like really be like the cherry on top if Dark Knight actually had like a damage boost of some sort for the 2-minute burst. Like, considering how focused they are on it, it's really weird that, like, basically all optimizers recognize that Dark Knight technically has a 2-minute burst cooldown. The burst cooldown is called your raid buffs. But all regular players just go, I just click the buttons. But if Dark Knight had, like, Flight or Fight, which only increases damage by 10% because it has to be different from Paladin's cooldown somehow. And it's also on a 2-minute cooldown for some reason, like really the sucky version of it. Then it would basically be like the developers going, look, this is where you use your cooldowns. This is the time you do it. Imagine if the spicy chicken was less bright, more deep red. 30% boost. They make delirium auto crit. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, Tinkle. See, the funny thing with Tengetsu is that Samurai is really good. Or, like, pretty good in a fight. Like, defensively, specifically. Pretty good in situations where a player, not the tank, has to regularly take damage. The keyword has. Because of Tengetsu. Like, a particular case where I, like, when I was progging the second extreme, like, before the raid tier had opened and all that, so we were in, like, I-700 gear, I was going as Viper. I very much recognized that it was a slight problem that I was melee 1 and the Samurai was melee 2, because I'm pretty sure the Samurai would have taken the first DPS conga line slot better than me. Samurai has casts which can get interrupted by auto attacks. Well, Tingle, what I mean is a case of they have to take regular hits. I'm not talking about auto attacks. Like, imagine if a boss had, like just really to hammer home the point, imagine if a boss, like, summoned a pillar that one person had to soak every 15 seconds. Exactly on the dot. Every 15 seconds, a pillar would appear. Someone has to take it. The Samurai is like, I mean, free Kenki is free Kenki, right? No, we don't have to alternate. I'll do it. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll do it. My EI jutsus, I'll figure that out. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. I've got this. Yeah, but it's away from melee. The Samurai's just dropping to the floor. It should have been me! Not him! But yeah, like, something like that, Samurai's defensive toolkit would be amazing. And among the melee DPS, the only one of them that even has a chance to compete is, like, Reaper. Because their cooldown has a 30-second downtime. I think it's 30? Sorry. 30. So they would be able to, like, do that every second time, but they would have to, like, to get maximum value, they would have to alternate a little bit with others. Whereas Samurai is just like, I'll take all of them. I got this. But they, like, there are not many fights like that. And it would have to be really specific. Thank you. It would have to be really specific to make it so that it has to be a, like, the DPS that does it. Like, oh yeah, incidentally, both tanks have a debuff. That means that they can't take it. Weird that. For the entire fight. Strange, huh? Which also means that I feel like it's a lot more likely that the times where Samurai would actually be able to use this benefit is, like, in gimmick setups. Like, if you have a group with one tank, like, you're only one tanking, and so you have an extra DPS. Who's, like, if the tank is not taking both hits of the tank buster, the Samurai is probably your best or second best choice. With Reaper, again, being a pretty good pick. Monk is also really good because of Riddle of Earth. Ninja could do it with Shade Shift. But, I mean, I do think that 10% damage reduction is probably better because the melee DPS probably needs barriers anyway, and many barriers stacked on top of each other. Like, have better synergy with an extra damage reduction effect, as opposed to an extra barrier and an extra barrier and an extra barrier. Like a little bit of a mix is better, and Samurai has that in spades. Parents says back in DSR, my Samurai would take every third boss auto with me. Oof. Okay. Wow, that really that's smart. Woo. All right, I'm coming in again. Ooh. Is the Samurai just maxing on damage? Boom. I would love to see that. I would love to see the animation of that. Like, just the tanks just, like, heroically taking the hits, blocks, and then, like, the Samurai just jumps in, like, I'll help! Just gets yeeted across the arena. I gave him nascent every time. Oh, okay, that does help. It's still really funny to envision. Emily says, in my first run of the new MSQ dungeon, I held the pull for about 15 seconds when the tank died by pressing Bloodbath, Arm's Length, and then using Reawaken. I think I've done that too, as Viper, where I've held on when you're going to die with pure lifesteal, and that's a utility that Viper has. I would also say Samurai has the ability to do that, but I feel like Samurai has a small bit of, you kinda need to happen to be in the right spot in your rotation to do that, whereas Viper might just have an extra Reawaken. They might just have one, they're like, I was using Vicewind and stuff, and I thought I didn't need it, but I mean I have it. I guess I'll use it. But for some reason, we've decided that that's not that's not very helpful, because it isn't very helpful in a lot of situations. The Viper needs a pretty substantial item level advantage usually for that to work in something that isn't a trash pack that is being finished up or something. Reaper can do that and then Communio ruins it, I guess. I mean, they could maybe do it with Executioner's Guillotine. That could be pretty good. Yeah, that is the funny thing. That's the reason why Samurai can kind of do it. Viper can kind of do it. Monk can kind of do it. I guess Dragoon could kind of do it. The problem, again, is that Dragoon, I would say, has, pretty swingy damage output in that respect. Where Viper, again, has the ability to just go, oh, I need more damage, and then just switch gears and it'll be fine. They can do that. Hey, Sir Henry, hope you're doing well. In your opinion, do the 7.1 tank changes change anything about your tank comparison video? Not really. Not really. I think I would still rank them the way that I did on the various categories. The one thing that might be slightly different is that maybe I would have I would grade Dark Knight's defense half a star higher, maybe. Maybe I would grade Gunbreaker's mastery difficulty a little different, but I don't really think so, because the way I've graded it is that the reason why Dark Knight has, I believe it has 2 stars on defense, is because it is worse than the others at defense. It's not because its defense sucks, it's because it's a relative comparison. So the only way that Dark Knight would go higher, really, is if it, if the ranking switched. And in regards to the mastery difficulty on Gunbreaker, I've gotten the impression that Double Down going down to 1 cartridge makes it more flexible, but it doesn't make it much easier. Now you just, all the Gunbreaker mains that have been that have been used to Double Down costing 2 now have to relearn the muscle memory that it costs 1 now. Now they have to manage that. which can get weird in its own way, and people immediately set off to optimize it. Like instantly they're like, wait, we could, like, if you had a faster GCDs, you can fit 9 GCDs, and you could like you could make use of all the cartridges still. So I don't think it really changes much, Sir Henry, but that's my opinion. Like, the key thing is that it's my opinion, of course. So if you feel different, that's perfectly okay. And the reason why I'm putting forth my opinion like that is, of course, I think a lot of people would say that I have a reasonable grasp of all of the jobs and I'm reasonably unbiased, so I'm not going to like just say, oh yeah, my main is the strongest and the hardest job in the game because I'm just that awesome. In fact, I tend to main the jobs that I grade as very easy. And I generally grade the ones that I grade as very easy are jobs that people typically are generally in agreement are very easy. So like that's usually something that I can I think I'm pretty confident when I say that they're easy because it's not just me. But it does give an overview to someone new or someone who doesn't like know the jobs well enough. To like get the perspective of someone that does know them reasonably well. Goddamn, this welcome to the Communio. Live Surge is defense, right? I'm pretty sure I didn't count Live Surge in the defense category for Dragoon. But even if I did, it wouldn't change its grading. Because Live Surge kind of sucks for defense. Tingles is not so much related to the video, but I do like that Dark Knight can do Stormblood ultimates without feeling like deadweight now. Right, yeah, because they get Dark Missionary earlier. Twimish says, I can't believe you waited this long to finish the healer comparison video. I could have used that a week ago. Well, it's coming now, at least. But that one was really fun. Some of you may notice that there's something weird about a specific white mage part in it. You might be wondering why. Oh yeah, they changed the core thing about white mage in dungeons. Thanks. Thanks for that. I totally didn't have like a significant talking point about holy. No. I totally didn't. Might says I missed my 3 Nastrons for dungeon packs. Yeah, that is a kind of a small nerf on AoE, right? It's more potency for the 1, but you don't only get 1, and the rest of the potency went into Mirage Dive, which is distinctly not AoE. Only weaving is taking some getting used to. Oh yeah, I could imagine. I haven't really played White Mage since the change. But it is quite funny, because when I look at the White Mage toolkit, I'm like, okay, what if I could single weave every holy, and then I realize that I would actually run out of things to weave extremely fast anyway. So like the only, like the big change that holy is now faster is like, oh, now I can weave Presence of Mind, I can weave SIs, that's kind of nice. I could weave Benediction, so nothing's changed, right? Like I'm just going to do that. Or I could weave Tetragrammaton or Divine Benison. Like, those are kind of nice, but the way that we've done it previously is I'd just known that Divine Benison as the tank is pulling, or I would just use Afflatus Solace, Tetra, Divine Benison, or even Misery, or Glaive 4. Boom. So, like, it's mostly about the weaves where you're like, I kind of have to do this, like Presence of Mind and SIs, where it feels nice, whereas the rest, I'm like, I would probably use Aquaveil more. I'll probably use Aquaveil more. Because like the problem with that one is that you don't really want to use it before you cast Holy, because like most of it's going to go to waste. But after the Holy stuns end, you're kind of mashing Holy still, right? Like, you're still mashing Holy. So you don't want to interrupt that with Aqua Veil, but you can now. Isn't that a Pokemon move? Yes, it is, I believe. I think Aqua Veil is a move. Can't remember what it does. For some reason, my brain thought it was thought of the description of Aqua Ring, which just makes your Pokemon heal 1/16 of its HP every turn until you switch out. Swim says, I also find it funny how they decided removing 2 uses of Nastrond was a better idea than replacing Life Surge. I'm just saying, I think that people underestimate the value that Life Surge adds to the Dragoon rotation. Yes, Life Surge is very boring, but what if... I'm just trying to, like, change the perspective for a moment, right? What if let's say Spiral Blow, Lance Barrage, Heaven's Thrust, and Chaotic Spring never existed, or at least not yet. It was still Disembowel, Vorpal Thrust, Full Thrust, and Chaos Thrust. But when you used Life Surge, they turned into these upgraded versions, and Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust also get an upgraded version, and True Thrust turns into Radiant Thrust. Like, they all turn into super versions of them. However, obviously, Heaven's Thrust and Drake's Bane are the best ones, so you're using them on those, right? And, like, of course, all these upgraded versions just have innately guaranteed to crit and greater potency or whatever. Then suddenly Life Surge isn't sucky anymore. Like, suddenly people don't want it to go away because it's cool. The only reason why people think Life Surge is boring is because it is kind of boring. But mechanically, it's interesting. Look at that overtime. What do you mean? What's the problem? Do you want me to leave, Nox? But yeah, my opinion is that Life Surge is actually a more interesting OGCD than Nastrond. The reason for that is that having 3 uses of Nastrond, like, just saying, personally, I actually liked it better with 3 Nastronds. I also feel that reducing it to 1 Nastrond indirectly makes Life Surge more boring. Because the problem is, having 3 Nastronds is a planning challenge. Oh, that's weird, Perrin. Anyway, 3 Nastronds is a planning problem. You have a lot of OGCDs as Dragoon, and you need to fit it all in there. And 3 Nastronds is a lot. They're very flexible, so, like, you can figure that one out. Life Surge is also a planning problem because they go at very specific timings in your rotation, and because your 5-step combos are completely disconnected from your burst window, or mostly disconnected, when Life Surge goes in your burst window is quote-unquote random. It's not really random because Dragoon's rotation is, like, perfectly predictable, but where you are in the 2-minute burst, in the 4-minute burst, in the 6-minute burst, in the 8-minute burst, even the odd-minute bursts as well, and in what fight, because you might have had to use Piercing Talon. Like, where you are in your combo sequence depends on a lot of factors, and Life Surge is the only cooldown on that huge list that actually cares about that question. Where are you in your 5-step combo? I mean, Whirlwind Thrust mildly cares as well. But Life Surge cares the most because it cares about a very specific stop in the sequence. And if Life Surge wasn't there, then your burst would be, like, the only random part in your, like, inconsistent part in your burst is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step. Like, which GCD do you press next? The rest of your burst is just a specific order. You do the same as in your opener, for instance. Just exactly the same. That's fine. But Life Surge specifically, like, messes that up. And I think that's a good thing. Like, I think that's a good thing. But I do understand. I think the reason why a lot of people don't like Life Surge, because I've seen a lot of people complain about Life Surge. In fact, pretty much every time people bring up the double Nastrond removal, like, it's like, they just go, like, poor Nastrond, what will we do with you? And then they just, like, demon eyes look over to Life Surge. It's all your fault. Why are you still here? While Life Surge is just there in the corner, like, it's not my fault I'm not more interesting. People's issues with Life Surge is thematic, isn't it? Possibly. The thing is, I think the reason why people don't like Life Surge is because it is kind of boring. Like, keep in mind that Life Surge is so basic that, like, actually... Let's check the patch notes. 2.0 added 2.45 recast time reduced to 50 seconds upon learning the enhanced Life Surge trait. I don't know what the cooldown was before, who cares? 4.0 no longer affected by the enhanced Life Surge trait. In other words, they just made that the baseline design. 5.0 now acquired at level 6 instead of 18. I'm pretty sure that before Shadowbringers, I think you learned Impulse Drive at level 6, which incidentally was just objectively better than True Thrust and Vorpal Thrust. So until you got Full Thrust, you basically just used Impulse Drive. Fun. The limit to HP absorbed has been removed. Okay. The requirement effect cannot be applied to damage over time has been added. I'm guessing that it was more like an observation, because I'm pretty sure it never worked on damage over time effects. Effect duration has been reduced from 10 seconds to 5. Okay. Did that change anything? Does that do anything? Recast time has been reduced to 45 seconds. So far, no, not really a mechanical change, more like clarification of it mechanically. Then Endwalker comes, +1 charge. And then in 6.3, this looks weird in a vacuum. But I'm pretty sure this was the patch where As was changed to 40 seconds from 45, and the patch where Phlegma was changed from 45 to 40 seconds. I'm going to check now, after I make the claim. Yes. So basically, this isn't weird. They did this to all of those kind of abilities that, like, were kind of slightly off with the 2-minute burst. They just, like, set them all to be 3 times per 2 minutes. So the problem, quote-unquote, with G and Phlegma silent? Yes, in English. In Greek, it's there, I'm pretty sure. I believe it's a Phlegma. But in English, it's silent. So I've been told. But yes, basically, Life Surge is incredibly boring as a button, because it is a button that mechanically has never changed. It's actually a Realm Reborn action. It's straight up a Realm Reborn action. Technically, True Thrust is also a Realm Reborn action, but I will say, like, people are also complaining about that one, because people generally complain, on and off, about the fact that why is it we have these combo sequences with these sucky, like, combo starters that just don't feel good to use. Like, why? And the answer is, True Thrust's ability is that it enables cooler actions. Like, that's what it does. Like, Spiral Blow makes you do 10% more damage. True Thrust makes you able to use Spiral Blow. And Lance Barrage. And incidentally, they enable you to do cooler things as well. So like, True Thrust sucks because its payoff is the next thing you do. But True Thrust is kind of boring. But I do think it's funny because I don't see that many machinists complain about Reassemble. Which, broadly speaking, I'm pretty sure has also not changed since Heavensward. I'm guessing the difference is that for machinists, they have dedicated buttons to spend it, so it's quote-unquote not annoying and in the way. And Life Search is quote-unquote annoying and in the way. Bronson says Reassembler, in my opinion, is arguably worse. Like, in a way, Reassembler is even more boring because you have dedicated buttons to spend it on. Like, imagine if Dragoon got a new GCD that doesn't break the combo, that just does 500 potency, that happens to have a 40-second cooldown. And 2 charges. Like, it's designed... Like, in a lab, they designed the perfect GCD for Dragoons to spend Life Search on. Would people stop complaining about it? Or is the reason they complain about it because something else got removed? That's possible, Emily. But I can, like, the thing is, the thing that makes me understand the Nastron change the most. Not a lot. As I said, I prefer that Nastron was 3. Like, genuinely, I preferred that. But the reason why I kinda get it is because the rework to Gaishgagul is relatively reminiscent of the PvP version of Gaishgagul. The only thing missing... Well, there's 2 things missing. The first thing missing is that Gaishgagul does not make you take more damage, thankfully. But Nastron doesn't end the buff from Gaishgagul. That's the only difference, like, really. Mechanically, like, Nastron also does execute kind of damage. But like, Gaishgagul is the combo start, like, is the burst starter, Nastron is the finisher in PvP. But you only get 1. So, like, from that point of view, I can kind of see it. And you know what? In fairness, a lot of players have said, some players have said that it's quite strange how PvP incarnations of jobs are better at living up to the fantasy of the job than the PvE version due to the constraints of the PvE version. If a developer had heard that enough times, they might go, oh, they like the PvP Dragoon, I should do that. And then they look at Nastron and go, why is it 3? It should be 1. Makes way better sense. That's what the players want, right? That's probably not why that happened, but I'm just saying that, like, there are players that have specifically been saying that PvP versions of jobs seem to be a lot better at, like, matching the inspiration, like, the fantasy of the job. And if the developers then go, oh, that's what they want, and then do exactly that, then, I mean, what, like... Some players ask for this. Like, let's not forget that the community of Final Fantasy XIV is not one big grey blob. There are actually different communities. And there's also a reasonable possibility that it's more likely that PvP players will have this complaint than PvE players. Me with Ice Mage. Oh yeah. It is... I was actually shocked that PvP got Frost Flare. Huh. Also, the elemental and elemental weave, really cool details. And somehow White Mage didn't get Saber Strike for that gap closer. true. You know what's funny about that, Krakenmo? You know where Seraph Strike is from? Well, you know where they got that from? In Boja, yes, in Boja, Seraph Strike costs like, I think like 5k MP or something like that, and basically switches your healer to attack mode, reduces your healing done, and increases your damage done by a lot. And if you stack that with other damage bonuses, that's how you get, I think, the biggest hit in the game of Lato's Misery with this and other things. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest single hit you can do in Boja. So I've heard. It has to be a critical direct hit, of course. But yeah, they were just like, well, I mean, white mages are the ones using it, right? But the funny thing is that the reason why, I think the reason why white mages were the ones that got associated with Seraph Strike is because of Thin Air. Basically, if Thin Air was available in Shadowbringers back when it was like a cooldown, and then it just lasted a bit, you could just use Thin Air and then just use Seraph Strike for free. The reason I moused over Thin Air wasn't to be cheeky. It was because I was going, does that actually still work? Because Thin Air says next action. It should. But Seraph Strike is an OGCD as far as I remember, even in Boja. So if it said spell, it wouldn't work. But yeah, that basically had the condition that white mage could do it for free. The other healers could not. And in Shadowbringers there was no Sage, so like white mage was the selfish healer among them. The two others had raid buffs, so it made most sense for white mage to do it, and then they could do it for free. Very balanced. Has the old cleric stance. Yeah, basically. It isn't that in PvP though. But would that have been better? Because I just want to underline that when they reworked Dark Knight and Gunbreaker's gap closes to not do damage, they reworked them to also not include a swing of any kind. They just dash. Seraph Strike is very clearly an attack. It's like a stomp from the heavens. So Seraph Strike has to do damage. Would you like it as a white mage if every 60 seconds you basically had to like swoosh into melee range for maximum damage? Every 60 seconds, otherwise it's DPS loss. Are you sure you want that? Because I don't think you do. Exactly, Tinkle. It's a little bit like how Black Mage basically can maintain Lost Flare Star for free. That's also the reason why whenever I've talked about farming mobs in the Boja open world areas, like I'm like, oh well, warrior can solo farm, but if you brought one extra person, that player should be a black mage. It's because of that. Like now they could literally just run around behind the warrior. That you just click Umbral Soul, and then you just run behind the warrior, and then when the warrior has rounded up all the mobs, you just go Flare Star, Umbral Soul, and then you just go over and wait. That's all you had. Like, you can attack if you want to, but the warrior doesn't need any more. Runsum says, I love how removing Gunbreaker dash damage and giving Paladin requiescent finisher made Paladin and Gunbreaker rotations the exact same. You know, that is actually pretty funny. That was something that I was a little bit thinking of. It's not exactly the same, but I'm just saying that if you look at the bursts of Gunbreaker and Paladin, at least the odd minute burst. The odd minute burst for Gunbreaker is, you know, 3 of these, 1 of these, and 1 of these, and 1 of these. And then once you've done, you know, well, also 1 of the Sonic breaks, right? Once you've done that, if your GSD is 2.50, you do 3 of your best filler GZD. Sound familiar? 3 of your best filler GZDs, with the ranking being Burst Strike, Solid Barrel, Brutal Shell, and Keen Edge. Meanwhile, Paladin uses Goring Blade, then they use Confiteor, and then they use the Blades combo. They also use Expiation and Circle of Scorn, and like they have like 2 extra OGCDs somewhere in there. And once they've done all that, they do their best filler GCDs. It's a little bit of a longer list, but ultimately, because of the freedom they have, the priority list is typically, you know, Sepulture, Supplication, or Holy Spirit, or Atonement, or Royal Authority. It's unlikely it'll be Riot Blade or Fast Blade. But yeah, exactly. Like the key here is that I said this a long time ago, but Paladin's rework made Paladin into kinda Gunbreaker. And the only reason why this comes to light with a double down change is that it feels like they just went, like, Paladin is here, and Gunbreaker's here, and they're reasonably close, and then someone just came over and was like, oh, are they that far apart? Let me just... And then just moved Gunbreaker a little closer to Paladin. Like, just a tiny bit closer to Paladin. Like, next, they'll put the OGCDs on one more blade combo step. And so the story continues, right? Like, it's just a little bit at a time. It would be really funny if one day you actually could write out Gunbreaker and Paladin's rotation, go, it's the same. Oh yeah, and give Gunbreaker's combo range. Yeah, make Gnashing Fang and Double Down ranged. There you go, nailed it. So Henry says the 2.50 GCD for Gunbreaker is kind of awkward because you optimally burst strike into No Mercy before continuation for your 2 minutes. Yeah, kind of. Although with the single down change, you have less of this kind of being a problem. But that does happen. Do you think the trend of simplifying melees will continue? Oh, I don't know, Ultro. I don't even know if I would call making Double Down only cost 1 cartridge is outright simplifying it. It is weird. Because I thought the whole point was it was called Double Down and it cost 2. But I don't think it necessarily simplifies it, but it does break away from a weird awkwardness that Gunbreaker had. With Dawntrail. And I don't know if it'll keep... Like, how about this? That's something that I was thinking about earlier today, in fact, is... If I could make one change to each job, what would I do? Like one change, positive change, notably. And one thing I thought of for Reaper was... Wouldn't it make way better sense if Enshroud's cooldown was 5 seconds, so you don't have to do the awkward stalling part of double Enshroud, where you like use Enshroud and then you Shadow of Death twice? But then it occurred to me that if you do that, then Enshroud is basically exactly the same. Like double Enshroud is basically double Reawaken, but easier. Because it's shorter. So instead, I thought, wouldn't it just, like, the problem with Reaper, like, the thing that Reapers I've heard are complaining about is that they generate slightly less than, like, they generate slightly less than 3 Enshrouds per 2 minutes. That's what I've heard complaints about. They're not complaining about this. Like, they don't care about that. They complain that they don't generate enough soul gauge, and by extension shroud gauge. So I thought, why don't you just put some soul gauge generation on Perfectio? It doesn't have to be like 50. It could be 10 or 20. Like just enough that Reapers that play optimally go, oh, now we're actually Shroud, like we generate 3 exactly every 2 minutes when you play it correctly. Maybe we even generate a little bit more. That would be fine too. But that would probably be, like, if you wanted to improve Reaper, like, for the actual Reaper mains, that would, I would think, be better. Because changing Enshroud to 5 seconds is like removing Life Surge. In my opinion. Yes, a lot of Reapers would like it because it's easier. But it would also make Reaper more identical to the other melees. Should every job have a damage pattern that repeats every 2 minutes? Due to the design that the developers have decided, I would say maybe to that, Bokaj. Letting Reaper hold Gluttony or Bloodstalk would be a nice change, so we don't need to choose between Gluttony Drift or Double Enshroud over long fights. That's also true, but how would you do that? Would you just do it so that you can use Gluttony and then you can just hold the Executioner charges for 30 seconds? I mean, that could be a solution, but I feel like that's also like, it's intended to be done that way. And yet that's also something you could do, Fem, but the thing is that if you specifically want 2 Communios and Perfectio in your burst, you kinda only, like, you don't have time to do that. That's why people usually stall at the start of Enshroud. But yeah, like that's exactly what I was thinking about, is that you could change a thing that people find annoying, but they find it annoying because it's a core part of how the job works. Or you could make a thing that they find mildly annoying that is not necessarily a part of the job. You could change that. Like, for example, let's say with Dragoon, yes, the developers could easily remove Life Surge and just, like, I don't know, then you just don't get anything at level 6. That sounds pretty boring. Actually, I'm quite impressed with how many jobs basically get 2 things and then roll actions, and then a thing that kind of sucks. But they could do that, but I feel like that would feel more empty than if they had removed, like, than now that they removed 2 charges on Nastrond. Exactly, Kragenmo. Zero Knight says, I think it kind of goes back to the whole concept of not all potencies are equal. A Disesteem level attack on a tank isn't the same as a Phantom Rush for a DPS. Well, in fairness, isn't Disesteem kinda... Oh, I actually thought it was 800 or even 600. It's 1000. But yeah, speaking, I think it's because my brain has translated it, because if you compare this to a melee DPS, that's actually 800. Because of that hidden damage, negative damage multiplier on tanks. It's not 1.2 for DPS. It's not. The thing you have to pay close attention to, Zero Knight, is that I can guarantee you that melee DPS baseline is 1.0. But if your test was with a ranged physical job, you might have made a miscalculation. I can guarantee you say used to be higher. I can guarantee you that in Endwalker it was like this as well. I didn't go and check in Shadowbringers, so I wouldn't be able to say for sure, but I can guarantee that this has been the case for a while. Does potency convert to damage the same way inside the categories? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Bokash. Broadly speaking, one damage potency is one damage potency. If you have the exact same stats between... Living Shadow also ends its combo with Disesteem. It uses Disesteem at some point. But Living Shadow Disesteem is only 620 potency. Is the damage formula for getting to damage from potency the same for like a Viper and a Reaper? Based on my tests, yes. But the key difference is that different melee jobs have different effects. Like, you know, a Viper gets 10% damage and 15% shorter GCD, whereas a Reaper only gets 10% more damage. No, it's actually more simple than that, Zero Knight. Living Shadow straight up says it right there that all of its attacks do 420 potency. That actually includes Abyssal Drain, by the way. And yes, your Living Shadow's Abyssal Drain does more damage than yours. And Living Shadow is a pet, but I've actually demonstrated in 2 videos on the channel that Living Shadow is stronger than you. Because Living Shadow is not a tank. Like, that's basically it. It's not a tank. So it doesn't have a negative multiplier. But all of its attacks do 420 potency. Nice. Except Shadowbringer, which does 570, and Disesteem that does 620. It says right there. So you should be able to find that it does exactly that. There's just a problem that Dark Knight is weaker than their pet. But yeah, I have a whole video, my most recent Mythbuster video, where I go over all of it. Some people figured out the exact multipliers for every pet. And Summoner and Scholar are the odd ones out. Like, their pets suck compared to everyone else. Tanks drive an SUV because they get there safer. DPS drive motorcycles and healers the ambulance. You know, the funniest thing with potency, like now that we're on the subject of potency, like in fact that Mythbuster video also talked about potencies at large, like the... Let's see, the front page story of that Mythbuster video is that it turns out that one healing potency is not the same as one damage potency. Like, straight up, it's to the point that, ironically, tank heals match their potencies almost. Because healer potency is less than damage potency. Thank you, Aradil. Yep, that's the one. But that only applies for tanks. For all other roles, healing just is like a significant knockdown. Like, just substantially weaker than damage. It was really, really funny. Because why didn't they just make the potencies and the heals smaller? The same problem with tanks. Why does Disesteem say 1000 potency when it's actually 800? Why don't they just make it 800 potency and call it a day? Like, just remove the negative multiplier and just put the actual potency there, right? Big number feel good? Well, I mean, yeah, 1000 potency does feel good, but then you see that it doesn't actually do that much damage and you're like, why? I don't know what BNS stands for. Big number syndrome. Ah. Well, I mean... I mean, that didn't happen. That was already a thing. Like, they went, oops, I think we pushed it too far. We should probably dial it back. Then they dialed it back, but they didn't actually change the approach. Right, so we dialed it back. What should we do for the next expansion? Make number big. Weren't we trying to avoid that? People like number big. I know, but we just had to fix the game. Yeah, but number big is fun though. Whatever. 2 expansions later, 10 million HP. Final Fantasy XIV Mobile will fix everything. How? Why am I still going? Because we were talking about something. But it is funny. The thing that surprises me when there is a stat squish is it would have made a lot more sense if they made the damage and healing and health numbers and everything extremely small at low level. So like there's like a more linear rise, right? Like, legitimately, is there a problem with level 1s doing actually 1 damage? You could do that. And before you're still streaming by 22:30? Probably not. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on the Final Fantasy XIV mobile thing. The key for me is I'm probably not going to play it. Because I don't like playing on my phone. Like, in the short time period where I played Genshin Impact, the only time I would play it on my phone was like, oh, I just need to spend some of my like daily accumulating resource in the morning before work so that I don't cap in the middle of the day. But it always sucked. It was really hard to actually do the things right. They're doing their version of Classic? Because says rules as written level 1 characters and D&D 5e or Pathfinder live and die basically on 50/50s with every attack. Exactly! And that's true, Zero Night. But yeah, this is probably a good time to round up the stream. We have been going quite a bit longer. But if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. Maybe you can send it to friends if you need to convince them to do P4S with you. Look, we just need to bomb rush the boss before it kills us. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link there in the chat. There you can join us, and you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming in the coming days. And you can also find the announcement room with links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignment room, you'll get a notification when I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of the YouTube options, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can apparently talk about balance for 2 hours on a stream about Savage Mount farming. But I hope that is also as fun for you as it is for me. But with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!